Chapter 698. Yi Xian was shocked because he realized that the two guards were actually level 8 sovereigns. The sword god's palace was indeed extraordinary. Yi Chong was already a regular at the sword god's palace, so the two guards recognized him and nodded slightly at him. However, this was Yi Xian's first time here. He's going to challenge the tower today. Duanmu Yun glanced at Yi Xian and said, "The guardians of the first 9 levels of the Sword God's Pagoda are all illusions set up by the seniors. If you want to pass, you have to kill them." Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he could go all out. The two guards were stunned, but Yi Xian had already entered the Sword God's Pagoda. From the outside, the Sword God's Pagoda was huge, but it was less than 10,000 meters in diameter. However, after Yi Xian entered, he couldn't see the end of it. "So this is an illusion formation." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This illusion formation was very advanced. After all, a level 9 sovereign's domain was more than 90,000 meters. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The guardians of the first 9 levels of the Sword God's Pagoda were the same as the challenger. The one standing in front of Yi Xian was the Guardian of Gold. "Kid, you can only pass if you kill me." The middle-aged man held a golden sword and said to Yi Xian indifferently, "Excuse me." Although the person in front of him was just a person formed by the illusion formation, Yi Xian still said politely. In the next moment, the middle-aged man felt an extremely strong pressure. Bang! The pressure of the double space instantly caused the middle-aged man's body to explode. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. The illusion formation is really good. It's so realistic. Yi Xian sighed. In the next moment, he saw a staircase leading to the second level. Outside the Sword God's Pagoda, the lights on the first level had already lit up, which meant that Yi Xian had passed the first level. So fast. Xian is actually so strong. Yi Chong was shocked. Even if he wanted to pass the first level, it wouldn't be so easy. It seems that his strength has exceeded my expectations. Yi Chong, stay here and watch. I'll go up and take a look. Duanmu Yun was interested and flew into the clouds, preparing to watch from the Sword God's Pagoda. There were some pagoda mirrors in the Sword God's Pagoda, so they could see the images of the pagoda's pagoda. When Duanmu Yun returned to the Sword God Palace, he immediately rushed over. However, when he arrived, he discovered that Yi Xian had already passed the second stage. So fast. At this moment, some disciples of the Sword God's Palace happened to pass by and noticed this scene. Past the second pagoda's Xian, S's, S. Another SSS in a SS pagoda in SSS demon S. They S realms pagoda, S's realm, S Yi, S's pagoda, S Yez's. This Yi, S pagoda, S. SS1, S third stage 1 second, fourth S's. Fifths. Yi Xian was very fast. He soon reached the 7th level. 7 Knights Palace Master, is Yi Chong here again? Suddenly, an old voice drifted over. Duanmu Yun turned around and saw an acquaintance. He greeted Luyang Palace Master. The newcomer was Situ Outyen's master, Luyang Sword God. It's not Yi Chong. Who's this kid? Luyang Sword God glanced at the pagoda mirror. In the next moment, he was stunned. He's insta-killed the 7th level. The combination of gravity space and wind space. Indeed, the older the wiser, Luyang Sword God, who was a void god realm great emperor, saw through Yi Xian's. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the 8th stage. That kid's. It seems to be the Wind Thunder Emperor's. The weapon in his hand is the Wind Dragon / Luyang Sword God discovered another secret. After his reminder, Duanmu Yun also felt that it was true. The Wind Thunder Emperor was their senior. 1,000 years ago, he was also the palace master of Sword God Palace. However, they heard that the Wind Thunder Emperor went to the chaotic astral ocean when his lifespan was nearing its end. I see. This kid has inherited the Wind Thunder Emperor's legacy. Duanmu Yun immediately understood. As the two chatted, Yi Xian passed the 8th level and entered the 9th level. Good kid. What a high aptitude. I want this kid. Luyang Sword God's eyes lit up. However, Duanmu Yun suddenly said, He's Yichang's son, Yi Xian. What? Luyang Sword God suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yichang's son's aptitude is so high, he was wondering if he should offend those people from Nine Heavens Palace for Yi Xian. However, he decided against it. Jiang Wenyue had just broken through to Void God, Realm Great Emperor. He was not a threat. However, the Nine Heavens Sword God was very strong and domineering. Otherwise, with Yi Chang's aptitude, he would have entered Sword God Palace long ago. The reason why no one accepted him was because they did not want to offend the Nine Heavens Sword God. This Luyang Sword God was very conflicted. Luyang Palace's strength was weaker. Hence, Luyang Sword God was eager to accept Yi Xian as his disciple. However, he was afraid of angering the Nine Heavens Sword God. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed the gatekeeper of the 9th level and entered the 10th level. However, the gatekeeper of the 10th level was Jiang Wenyue. At this moment, he did not know that Yi Xian had already entered the 10th level. Since he's Yi Chang's son, I'm afraid he'll end up the same as Yi Chong if he goes up against Jiang Wenyue. It's a pity that Jiang Xinyan is grounded. She can't come out until she reaches Void God, Realm Great Emperor. She can't even see her own son. Luyang Sword God sighed. When Yi Xian entered the 10th level, someone from Sword God Palace had already informed Jiang Wenyue. However, Jiang Wenyue did not know that the person entering the tower was Yi Xian. In Nine Heaven Palace Master, someone has already entered the 10th level of the Sword God Pagoda. A middle-aged man who resembled Jiang Tianjin opened his eyes and snorted, Is it Yi Chong again? Humph, after a few months of peace, he's overestimating himself again. In fact, he had been annoyed for a long time. He regretted not killing Yi Chong back then. Jiang Wenyue stood up and left Nine Heaven Palace. At this moment, Yi Xian was waiting on the 10th level. The first 9 levels were filled with opponents formed by the illusion array. He had directly used the dual space to crush the illusions. However, the one on the 10th level was his uncle, Jiang Wenyue. When Jiang Tianjin entered Sword God Palace, he was only a grade 4 king. Now, he should be at most grade 7 or 8. He is no longer a challenge to me. Yi Xian thought as he waited. Chapter 699. Jiang Wenyue had defeated Yi Xian 1,000 times. So Yi Xian wanted to see what Jiang Wenyue was capable of. He waited for a while on the 10th floor. Soon after, the door opened and a middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man was Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue. However, he felt a strange sensation when he entered. He had guessed wrongly because the one who had reached the 10th floor was not Yi Chong. Who are you? Why do you have the Jiang family's bloodline? Jiang Wenyue squinted his eyes and asked. The Jiang family of the Weapon King Hall was powerful, but they were nothing in the Sword God Palace's territory. In his memory, he was the strongest expert in the Jiang family, followed by Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Tianjin, and the grade 6 king, Old Master Jiang. However, Yi Xian could reach the 10th floor and had the Jiang family's bloodline. He could not figure out who he was. I am Yi Xian. Yi Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Yi, Jiang Wenyue was very sensitive to the surname Yi. You are Yi Xian? Jiang Wenyue asked in shock. That's right. Yi Xian replied, faintly. As expected, Jiang Wenyue was shocked. Previously, he'd heard the news from the Jiang family. After hearing it, he was also very surprised. After all, Yi Xian had tortured his second son once. In just a few months, Yi Xian had grown to such a level. Yi Chong's talent was not inferior to his. If Yi Chong had been nurtured by the Jiang family since young, he would have broken through to the empty god realm, Great Emperor realm. However, Yi Chong's son, Yi Xian, was even more talented. Jiang Wenyue calculated and found that Yi Xian was 22 years old. A grade 9 king at 22 years old would definitely become an empty god realm great emperor in the future. What a father and son. Yi Chong has entered the tower thousands of times, but has never succeeded. I thought he had given up in the past few months, but it seems that he has shown his trump card. Jiang Wenyue snorted. I will fulfill my father's wish, Empyrean Palace Master. Yi Xian said coldly. The man in front of him was his mother's older brother, who was also his uncle. However, the Jiang family did not acknowledge him, so he would not acknowledge this uncle. The two of them were now opponents. Do you think that you have the qualifications to pass just because you've become a 9th-rank king? Jiang Wenyue said disdainfully. My goal is to enter the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian replied in a cold tone. There were 2 ways to enter the Sword God Pagoda. The first was through the Sword God Pagoda. The second was that a certain palace lord had taken a liking to him and accepted him as a subordinate. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking that even if he couldn't beat Jiang Wenyue, he would definitely be chosen by one of the palace lords based on his aptitude. At that time, wouldn't he be able to enter the Sword God's palace? Ha ha ha, you're too naive. Do you think that a palace master would take a fancy to you? Jiang Wenyue suddenly laughed out loud. At this moment, there were only 5 palace lords in the Sword God's palace, including him and Duanmu Yun. They were respectively Tai, 4th moon, 6th sun, 7th night, and 9th heaven. In the Sword God's palace, Tai Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were the strongest. Tai Palace did not care about worldly affairs, so 9th Heaven Palace was more or less in charge of the Sword God's palace. In addition, 9th Heaven Sword God was very strong, so no one dared to accept Yi Chong. Even if Yi Xian revealed his extraordinary aptitude, he still needed someone to accept him. 7th Night Palace Lord Duanmu Yun was also an outsider, so she needed the approval of the other palace lords to accept a disciple. Most importantly, 4th Moon Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were on the same side, and 6th Sun Palace did not want to provoke 9th Heaven Palace. Therefore, Jiang Wenyue felt that Yi Xian's words were laughable. However, Yi Xian's words were just a passing remark. His real goal was to suppress Jiang Wenyue. You father and son, both of you overestimate yourselves. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Jiang Wenyue shouted angrily as he recalled the incident where his youngest son, Jiang Tiancheng, was brutally beaten up by Yi Xian. Then you better be careful, 9th Heaven Palace Lord. If you're not careful, you'll be killed by me. Yi Xian sneered and raised the Wind Dragon Slash in his hand. Tempest Cloud Slash. Xiao. The sound of air breaking rang out as the green slash approached Jiang Wenyue. Wind, Thunder, Great Emperor. Jiang Wenyue suddenly realized. In the next moment, the Tempest Cloud Slash was destroyed by his Great Emperor intent. This attack was not Yi Xian's strongest attack. First of all, the Wind Dragon Slash had not been obtained for long, and the time it took to nurture it was not even 1/5 of the Bahuang sword. Secondly, Although the Wind Blade Profound could increase his attack power, how could the Wind Blade Profound compare to the 64-layered Earth Pulse? Not bad, but you think you can defeat me with this? Jiang Wenyue mocked. He. Yi Xian grinned and kept the Wind Dragon slash. In the next moment, he took out the Bahuang's sword. Sword God Bahuang's weapon. Jiang Wenyue squinted his eyes. Sword God Bahuang was one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. However, he had fallen, leaving the Bahuang Palace empty. Until now, no one had broken through to the empty god realm. However, Jiang Wenyue had heard of Sword God Bahuang's name before. Sword God Bahuang was stronger than his master, second only to Sword God Tai. If Sword God Bahuang was still alive, Jiang Wenyue would not be able to defeat him even if he had 10 heads. However, the one holding the Bahuang sword was Yi Xian, so why should he be afraid? 36 overlapping shadows, 64-layered earth pulse. A brown sword chi attacked Jiang Wenyue again. Jiang Wenyue stared, and the power of the sword chi was reduced by half. What? Jiang Wenyue was shocked. His thought was not enough to disperse the attack. How is this possible? Yi Xian smirked. What a joke. When he fought with Qin Huaizhong, his strength was a few times weaker than now. Why? It was because he had comprehended the light as heavy intent at the last moment. This was the triple profound of strength. In addition to his continuous improvement, the number of times he merged the earth pulse to the 36 overlapping shadows increased. Every time he merged the earth pulse, his attack power would increase exponentially. Currently, he had merged 18 times. Although Jiang Wenyue was an empty god, realm emperor, he was only a rank 1 emperor. In addition to his sword god bloodline, he wanted to disperse Yi Xian's attack with a thought. No way. Ha! 9 Heavens Palace Master, your emperor intent is not that great. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and started attacking crazily, whether it was empty god, realm kings, or empty god, realm emperors, they all relied on their intents. Yi Xian's intents had far surpassed those geniuses. Of the wind and earth attributes, the only one he had yet to fully comprehend was the throbbing pulse of the world. Although the emperor intent was strong, a battle between emperors relied on their emperor intent to merge into their attacks. Chapter 700. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'll show you what an empty god realm great emperor is like. Jiang Wenyue roared as his figure flashed and swept towards Yi Xian. Like Jiang Tianjin, he was of the fire attribute and had strong attack power. Earth walking technique for agility advancements, repulsive acceleration, and wind acceleration allowed Yi Xian's speed to surpass Jiang Wenyue's. Although Jiang Wenyue was an empty god, realm great emperor, it didn't mean that he had comprehended all the ultimates. He had only comprehended the inextinguishable flames and rising from the ashes, which was much weaker than Jiang Tianjin. His great emperor's will and inextinguishable flames couldn't even touch Yi Xian. In other words, he was a moving sandbag. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. Great wind cloud slash. Yi Xian's hands continued to attack. Not only that, but he also used various ultimates. Although Jiang Wenyue was protected by the great emperor's will, these attacks were able to weaken his great emperor's will. On the other hand, Yi Xian's energy consumption was equal. The scene of the two's battle was reflected on the tower's mirror. The disciples of Sword God Palace were shocked. Lu Yang Sword God was also shocked. Even Duan Mu Yun was shocked to the point of speechlessness. A grade 9 king was actually fighting an empty god, realm great emperor. This was the first time they had seen it. That's right. This kid once obtained 2 sword god bloodline seeds and refined one of them. This fitness bloodline seed can increase the power of one's sword skills by 50%. No wonder Jiang Wenyue couldn't instantly defeat his attack. Duanmu Yun suddenly realized. However, Yi Xian's 36 instantaneous attacks were extremely powerful. When combined with the Earth Pulse, the power was extremely strong. More and more disciples gathered in front of the tower's mirror. There were dozens of disciples from all 9 palaces. When the disciples of 9 Heavens Palace saw that their palace master couldn't even deal with a grade 9 king, they were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Some of them had better aptitude than Jiang Wenyue, but Jiang Wenyue was favored by sword god Zhouqian. What could they do? Duanmu Yun watched for a while before he quickly left the sword god palace. He wanted to inform Yi Chong, who was anxiously waiting at the bottom of the sword god pagoda. 10th floor of the sword god pagoda. 9 Heavens Palace Master. Are all the palace masters of sword god palace as weak as you? Yi Xian laughed. Fortunately, he had the sword god's pagoda. The battle inside the sword god's pagoda was on the ground. If it were in the air, he would not have the movement speed bonus from the 4 agility advancements. Without the 40% movement speed boost, he naturally couldn't dodge Jiang Wenyue's attacks and Emperor's will. Bastard! Jiang Wenyue was fuming with anger. He was a void god stage great emperor, but he was actually tricked by Yi Xian, a level 9 king. How could he tolerate this? However, the emperor's will could not increase his speed. Yi Xian was too fast, and his emperor's will could not keep up. If he separated the great emperor's will, the effect would be greatly reduced, and it would be useless. After all, Yi Xian still had the 64 layers of pulsating guard, which could be used to block the emperor's will. For a moment, Jiang Wenyue really couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, the gap between the two was constantly changing. Let's wear each other out. Although it's a little disgraceful, as long as we can win, it doesn't matter what method we use. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The sacred tree of life was a part of his strength. Moreover, Jiang Wenyue was a void god stage great emperor, and he was only a level 9 king. This was an unfair battle. In this world, the strong were respected. If this was a battle of life and death, Yi Xian would not hesitate to use sneak attacks, hidden weapons, or poison as long as he could win. In this world, many seniors would teach their juniors that it was not shameful to use unscrupulous methods, but it was shameful to die. Bastard! Don't run if you have the guts. Jiang Wenyue's head was fuming with anger as he roared loudly. His voice was deafening, but Yi Xian was unmoved. He ran and attacked at the same time. His zhenqi consumption was equal to his zhenqi recovery. He was always at peak condition. As for Jiang Wenyue, his great emperors will had to defend against Yi Xian's domain attacks, break through the 36 overlapping shadows, and try to intimidate Yi Xian from time to time. His great emperor's will was rapidly depleting. The two of them, one chasing, one running, circled around the 10th level. More than 10 minutes passed like this. Jiang Wenyue's expression darkened. Only a third of his great emperor's will was left. Not only that, but his zhenqi was also running low. Logically speaking, Yi Xian's zhenqi should have been depleted long ago. However, Yi Xian was still alive and kicking, as if only a few seconds had passed. Jiang Wenyue couldn't understand this. This kid is weird. He can't use up all his zhenqi. I can't do anything to him. What should I do? Jiang Wenyue pondered in his heart. He was a void god realm emperor. If he was defeated by Yi Xian, he might as well resign from the 9th Heavens Palace master position. However, he couldn't think of anything even after thinking for more than 10 minutes. Now, he no longer attacked Yi Xian. Instead, he started to evade. His actions fell into the eyes of the Sword God Palace's disciples. The Ninth Heaven's Palace Master has given up on attacking. Is he admitting defeat? This is too terrifying. A Void God Realm Emperor actually jumped realms to challenge a Void God Realm Emperor. Is this kid the successor of the Eight Desolation Sword God? If he enters, will he become the Eight Desolation Palace Master? Just as these disciples were discussing, someone suddenly shouted, "Shut up!" When this voice entered everyone's ears, they turned around in astonishment and found that the one who spoke was a young man. Not good, it's Jiang Tianjin. Everyone recognized this young man because they were jealous of Jiang Tianjin. A few days ago, Jiang Tianjin had been accepted by Jiang Wenyue into the Ninth Heaven's Palace and had gained the favor of the Ninth Heaven's Sword God. Subsequently, the Ninth Heaven's Sword God had bestowed Jiang Tianjin with an emperor's will. This emperor's will was left behind by a Void God Realm Emperor that the Ninth Heaven's Sword God had killed. Although the emperor's will would dissipate after the death of a Void God Realm Emperor, the Ninth Heaven's Sword God had a special method to capture it. This emperor's will was a third stage emperor's will. With the Ninth Heaven's Sword God's help, Jiang Tianjin had already refined it. Currently, Jiang Tianjin was a third stage emperor, stronger than Jiang Wenyue. It was said that Jiang Tianjin was applying for the position of the Eight Desolation Palace Master. Damn it, before I refined the emperor's will, I was only a seventh stage emperor. How can he be a ninth stage emperor? Jiang Tianjin was furious. Previously, Yi Xian was at his mercy. Today, although his cultivation realm had suppressed Yi Xian, his birth was countless times better than Yi Xian's. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. At the bottom of this book's cover, it says that this book was released on August 24th, and until today, December 1st, there are exactly 700 chapters. That's exactly 99 days. On average, Yu Luo updates 7 chapters a day, which is 15,000 words. I'm not bragging, but Yu Luo's speed has surpassed 99% of the books in my library. Among the hundreds of thousands of books in my library, my speed can be ranked in the top 100. Yu Luo can't be the best, but she can do better than most people. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 701. Jiang Tianjin stared fixedly at the tower mirror on the 10th floor. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred in the battle that shocked everyone present. The Ninth Heaven Palace Master, Jiang Wenyue, was struck by Yi Xian's sword and was sent flying. The entire crowd was shocked. At this moment, Duanmu Yun had just returned and witnessed the scene. Great! Duanmu Yun couldn't help but shout. His voice entered everyone's ears, including Jiang Tianjin's. Jiang Tianjin's face was gloomy as he watched in disbelief. Jiang Wenyue, an empty god realm emperor, was struck by Yi Xian, a 9th grade king. How was this possible? Father's emperor's intent has been depleted. Jiang Tianjin immediately reacted. At this moment, he couldn't wait to rush in and kill Yi Xian. Jiang Wenyue was only 1 grade higher than Yi Xian, and his cultivation couldn't make up for the difference in ultimacy. However, Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd grade great emperor, and he could easily kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the gatekeeper wasn't him. On the 10th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. Ninth Heaven Palace Master, how did you become the Palace Master with your strength? Yi Xian grinned and slowly walked over. At this moment, Jiang Wenyue was restrained by Yi Xian's dual space. Without the emperor's intent, his speed was only 30% of his peak. Damn it! Jiang Wenyue shouted. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a 9th grade great emperor. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ninth Heaven Palace Master, you're not strong enough. Why don't you give up your position and let me have a try? Yi Xian continued to mock. He wanted to take revenge for all these years. Some of this hatred was from Yi Chong, while some was from himself. Yi Chong had been beaten by Jiang Wenyue, and he had been beaten by Jiang Tianjin. Today, he had beaten Jiang Tianjin's father. It was really satisfying. Swish! A wind blade cut opened Jiang Wenyue's arm, followed by an earth spike that pierced his thigh. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that his soul was about to be refined. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head. He regretted that Yi Chong couldn't see this scene. Kill me if you have the guts. Jiang Wenyue gritted his teeth and growled. It would have been fine if the battle in the Sword God Pagoda was sealed off, but he knew that this battle had already been reflected on the pagoda mirror. He had already lost all his face. Kill you? No, I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian smiled evilly and shook his head. Another crisp sound rang out. This time, he was going to treat Jiang Wenyue like how he treated Jiang Tiancheng. Rip, rip, rip. The earth spikes pierced into Jiang Wenyue's body, and he couldn't help but roar in pain. Bastard, go to hell! Suddenly, Jiang Wenyue shouted. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt a powerful energy coming down on him from above. Jiang Wenyue had actually held back. But how could the scheming Yi Xian not have a backup plan? Boom! The 64 layers of pulsating guard blocked the majority of the Great Emperor's will, but Yi Xian was still heavily injured by Jiang Wenyue. Uffed! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries quickly healed. Empyrean Palace Master, do you still have a trump card? Yi Xian wiped the blood off and said slowly. The reason why he didn't dodge was to make one thing clear. Even if Jiang Wenyue launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiang Tianjin, are you watching? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Boom! Suddenly, a large door opened near the two of them. The 10th floor was cleared. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the other palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda had judged his victory. Immediately, he removed the dual space and passed through the large door. What entered his eyes were some gorgeous buildings, and there were already quite a few people standing in front of him. Yi Xian, you did it! Duanmu Yun walked over quickly with a look of surprise. Senior Duanmu. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. Good, that's great. I didn't expect you to succeed on your first try. You're only a level 9 challenger, but you defeated Jiang Wenyue. That's great. Duanmu Yun praised repeatedly. He wanted Yi Xian to try the first 9 floors first, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to clear the first 9 floors in less than a second. In the end, he even defeated Jiang Wenyue, who was an empty god realm great emperor. Senior, I'm now... Yi Xian glanced at the group of Sword God Pagoda disciples behind Duanmu Yun. Don't worry, you're the first genius to clear the Sword God Pagoda in decades. Soon, all the palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda will gather here, Duanmu Yun replied with a smile. How many palace masters are there in the Sword God Pagoda? Yi Xian asked curiously. Duanmu Yun answered without thinking. There are only 6 palace masters now. They are Tai Wushuang, Siyu, Lu Yang, Qi and Jiutian. Sanyuan, Wuxiang, and Bahuang have all fallen. Only 6, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he understood that there were definitely more than just these few void god realm emperors in the Sword God Palace. For example, even though the old 9th Heaven Sword God had abdicated, he was only living in seclusion. Duanmu Yun glanced at Yi Xian and said, however, there aren't many void god realm great emperors in the Sword God Pagoda. Most of them have left for the main continent. The main continent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was currently in the Eastern continent, but He heard that the other regions of the Blood Rock continent seemed to have merged into the main continent. This news came from the Sword God Pagoda. Therefore, the people of the Sword God Pagoda naturally went to the main continent, and their route to the main continent should be through the chaotic astral ocean. After all, they had an agreement with old immortal Tianju. Void God, realm great emperors weren't allowed to enter the vast wilderness. The Sword God Pagoda also has a stronghold in the main continent, but the main continent is much stronger than the eastern continent. Our eastern continent has been isolated from the vast wilderness for so many years, and we are already derailed. The difference in strength is too great. As for why the people from the main continent can't come over, it should be because of old immortal Tianju. Duanmu Yun nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly swept over. Palace Master Chia, this kid is really heaven-defying. Do you want him? If not, give him to me. Lu Yong's sword god smiled as he moved to Yi Xian's side. Earlier, he was still hesitating if he should take the risk of angering Zhou Qian, sword god, by accepting Yi Xian. Now, he had already made his decision. Accept. Palace Master Lu Yong, don't be anxious. Duanmu Yin said with a smile. How can I not be anxious? He is only a level 9 king, but he defeated the Emptiness God Realm Great Emperor Zhou Qian Sword God. If he breaks through to the Empty God Realm, he will definitely be able to challenge those of a higher rank. Lu Yong, Sword God, looked excited. Chapter 702. The 6 Yang Sword God had lived for a few decades and had seen people with dual attributes. However, this was the first time he had seen a genius who had comprehended both gravity space and wind space at the same time. When these two spaces were combined, they were invincible. If they were combined with the great emperors, they would be even more powerful. Just as the 6 Yang Sword God's voice sounded, Jiang Wenyue slowly walked out. Jiang Tianjin quickly rushed over and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. Hey, this guy is here too? Yi Xian did not pay much attention to Jiang Tianjin earlier. Who would have thought that his enemy, Jiang Tianjin, would be here too? It seemed that he'd also seen the scene of his father being ravaged by Yi Xian. Awesome. Trash. I hate that I didn't burn you to ashes back then. Jiang Tianjin gritted his teeth and said, What a pity. Yi Xian grinned. Even Jiang Wenyue couldn't do anything to him. What could Jiang Tianjin do? However, he did not know that Jiang Tianjin had already refined the Third Order Great Emperor's will. He was much stronger than Jiang Wenyue. When Duanmu Yun saw Jiang Tianjin, he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Yi Xian, I want to tell you something. Jiang Tianjin previously obtained the will of the Great Emperor bestowed by the 9th Heaven Sword God, and has already broken through to the 3rd stage of the Great Emperor. He's even stronger than me. What? This news was too bad for Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought that Jiang Tianjin was still a Void God Realm King. That way, he could easily send him flying. Who would have thought that Jiang Tianjin was already a 3rd Order Great Emperor? Refining the Great Emperors seems to be weaker than condensing it yourself. Yi Xian replied softly, That's right, but it's still stronger than a 2nd Order Great Emperor. Duanmu Yun nodded. Yi Xian did not take it to heart. He thought to himself, TSK, wait until I become an emperor. I'll be able to crush you anytime I want. Refining the Great Emperor's will was much weaker than condensing it himself. As long as he broke through, he would definitely be able to send Jiang Tianjin flying. Right at this time, another figure appeared. It was an old woman with a walking stick in her hand, 4th Moon Palace Lord. Duanmu Yun nodded slightly in greeting. The 4 Moons Sword God glanced at him before his gaze finally landed on Jiang Wenyue, who was covered in blood. He said, 9 Heavens Palace Master, you actually lost to a 9th grade king tier? Just now, Duanmu Yun had sent someone to inform her, so she already knew about this matter. At this moment, Jiang Wenyue wished he could find a hole to hide in. He was so ashamed that he couldn't speak. Yi Xian's gaze also landed on the April Moon Palace Master, because the April Moon Palace Master was the master of his mother, Jiang Xinyan. Ha ha, 4 Moons Palace Master. Would you believe me if I said that this brat is Jiang Xinyan's son? Lu Yang Sword God laughed. What? Son? The 4 Moons Sword God was stunned. Among her disciples, Jiang Xinyan had the highest aptitude. She had already begun to condense the will of a great emperor. Who would have thought that Yi Xian was actually Jiang Xinyan's son? That's right. Yi Xian is Jiang Xinyan and Yi Chang's son. Duanmu Yun nodded. This time, the 4 Moons Sword God believed it. However, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she carefully sized up Yi Xian with her old eyes. Now, there were already 4 palace masters in the Sword God Palace. Only Tai Sword God was left. Whoosh! Another figure flew over. However, this time, it wasn't Tai Sword God. It was his son, Wu Shang. Huh, you look like Wu Shang. Lu Yang Sword God looked at him in surprise. I obtained a bit of the Fountain of Youth a while ago. Wu Shang answered honestly. He originally looked like a middle-aged man, but now he looked like he was in his 30s. Lu Yang Sword God said enviously, Fountain of Youth, I'm so envious. I've already forgotten what I looked like when I was young. Not only that, but even the 4 Moons Sword God was the same. Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Father is in seclusion, so he can't come personally. Wu Shang said, Tai Sword God was the strongest person in the Sword God Palace. He was in seclusion all year round. Even his son, Wu Shang, only saw him a few times in a year. At most, he would listen to his voice. No one had any objections to Wu Shang taking over. All right, Yi Xian has passed the test and is qualified to join the Sword God Palace. I wonder which palace master wants to take him as a disciple. Wu Shang finished speaking and looked around. I want him. Lu Yang Sword God immediately said, although Yi Xian defeated Jiang Wenyue, Lu Yang Sword God wasn't weak either. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Jiang Wenyue. He was more than enough to teach Yi Xian. As for Duanmu Yun, after fusing with the Sword God's bloodline, he felt that he was only slightly stronger than Jiang Wenyue. Therefore, he felt that he wasn't qualified to be Yi Xian's master. Palace Master Lu Yang, are you sure? 4 Moons Sword God asked with a frown. Palace Master Lu Yang, don't use your old flame to pressure me. I want this brat. Lu Yang Sword God said with a firm expression. Yi Xian was stunned. He guessed that the palace master, Lu Yang Sword God's old flame, was the Empyrean Palace Master. He looked around and found that everyone was calm. It seemed that this wasn't a secret. Indeed, Jiang Xinyan could become the 4 Moons Sword God's disciple because he and Jiang Wenyue's master were husband and wife. How dare you? 4 Moons Sword God snorted coldly. Yi Xian was extremely grateful to the 6 Yang Sword God. Although this was the first time he'd seen the 6 Yang Sword God, he felt as if they were old friends. Based on his intuition, this old man was definitely a good person. Anyone else? Wu Shang looked at Duanmu Yun and the others. 4 Moons Sword God also had his eyes on Yi Xian. However, he had heard about the Jiang family. If he accepted Yi Xian, it would be troublesome. Duanmu Yun wasn't qualified, and it was even more impossible for Jiang Wenyue to be defeated by Yi Xian. The Sword God Palace disciples present all understood that Yi Xian was going to become Lu Yang Sword God's disciple. being in the Sword God Palace didn't mean that they were all personal disciples of the palace master. Most of them were just in-name disciples. However, with Yi Xian's talent, he was definitely going to be a personal disciple. However, just as Liu Yang's sword god was waiting for Wu Shang to announce, Wu Shang suddenly said, "Palace Master Liu Yang, my apologies. After my father found out about this, he also wanted to accept a disciple." When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. Didn't the Tai Palace master never accept personal disciples? Even the in-name disciples were taught by Wu Shang and the others. However, this wasn't surprising. A genius like Yi Xian was rare. Although someone had passed the Sword God Pagoda a few decades ago, the guardian of the 10th level was only a level 9 king. The Tai Palace master accepting a disciple was unexpected, but within reason. "Wu Shang, you can't do this." Liu Yang's sword god wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 703. "Sorry, this is my father's idea," Wu Shang said honestly. "Sai, let's leave the choice to this kid. Even if the opponent is the Tai Palace master, I can't give up." Liu Yang's gaze fell on Yi Xian. Everyone's gaze also fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already passed the Sword God Pagoda and was qualified to choose between Tai Palace and Liu Yang Palace. However, he wasn't sure because he knew too little about the Sword God Pagoda. He turned to Duanmu Yun, hoping for her opinion. Duanmu Yun was startled and suddenly thought, "Wu Shang, Yi Xian has obtained the inheritance of 8 Desolation Sword God. Now that he has passed the Sword God Pagoda, why don't he join 8 Desolation Palace? 8 Desolation Palace currently has no palace master." Wu Shang also paused when he heard this suggestion. Both Tai Sword God and Liu Yang Sword God had the intention to accept disciples, but Yi Xian could also choose Sanyuan Palace, Wuxiang Palace, or 8 Desolation Palace. "Indeed, I'm only representing my father. I respect Yi Xian's choice." Wu Shang nodded. Yi Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. Yi Chong obtained the inheritance of 8 Desolation Great Emperor, but left the most important 8 Desolation sword to him. It would be better if he became the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. No, but right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look and found that the person who spoke was Jiang Tianjin. Jiang Tianjin also had his eyes on the position of 8 Desolation Palace Master, but he was still a member of 9 Heavens Palace. If Yi Xian joined 8 Desolation Palace, he would be at a disadvantage. "Jiang Tianjin, what do you think?" Wu Shang asked. Jiang Tianjin was at a loss for words. He really didn't have any reason to stop Yi Xian from joining 8 Desolation Palace. However, if Yi Xian joined Tai Palace, then there would be many uncertain factors in the future. It would be even more difficult to deal with than Yi Xian joining 8 Desolation Palace. Therefore, Jiang Tianjin retreated. Wu Shang looked at him and said, "Jiang Tianjin, I know you are applying to be the 8 Desolation Palace's palace master, but you are still a member of 9 Heavens Palace. However, the positions of 3 Yuan, 5 Xiang, and 8 Huang Palace Master have been vacant for many years. How about this? After a period of time, we will begin to fight for the positions of these 3 Palace Master." What? Everyone present was stunned. Fighting for the positions of 3 Palace Masters at once. In fact, many people had suggested this before, but they were all rejected by the Tai Sword deity. But now, they were competing for 3 Palace Lords at once. Were there so many candidates? Jiang Tianjin was a strong candidate. If Yi Xian could break through to the Void God realm, he would be very powerful too. However, other than the 2 of them, there was no one else who could take out the position. Could it be that another Void God Realm King's disciple would take up the position? Wu Shang was stronger than Jiang Tianjin, but he refused the position of Palace Lord. The reason why Duanmu Yun and Jiang Wenyue could become palace lords was because of their master. As for the 4-moon sword deity and 6-sun sword deity, they were also prepared to give up their positions. However, it was not up to these void god realm kings to fight for the position. After all, the 6-sun sword deity and 7-night sword deity also had sons, but they were not in the eastern continent. Hearing this, Jiang Tianjin's eyes lit up. In fact, he still had 2 choices, the 3 yuan and 5 xiang, but he was going to fight for the 8 Huang Palace. As for why, it was needless to say. Humph, the position of 8 Huang Palace Master is mine. Yi Xian glanced at Jiang Tianjin and snorted coldly in his heart. At this time, Wu Shang reminded, Yi Xian, if you join our Tai Palace, you can also fight for the position of Palace Master. Jiang Tianjin's face fell, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. If Yi Xian joined the 8 Huang Palace, he would not be afraid of anyone. After all, the Tai sword deity was the leader of the Sword God Palace, and his strength was much stronger than the 9 Heavens sword deity. All right, Yi Xian didn't even think, as he directly agreed. He thought that he could only fight for the position of Palace Master by joining the 8 Huang Palace. He did not expect that he could also fight for the position of Palace Master from other palaces. When Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue heard Yi Xian's reply, they looked at each other. Things were going to be troublesome. However, at this moment, huff, huff, the entire Sword God Palace was suddenly covered by a strange energy, and a strong wind blew. Wushang, 6 Yang sword deity, for Moon sword deity, Duanmu Yun, Jiang Wenyue, Jiang Tianjin, and the others' faces changed. The Emperor's intent is condensing. Someone has broken through to the void god realm. 6 Yang sword deity exclaimed. The disciples present were shocked. Who broke through to the void god realm? It's in that direction. Let's go. Wushang and the others immediately turned and left, and Yi Xian quickly followed behind. Who would have thought that such a joyous occasion would happen? Yi Xian had just passed the Sword God Pagoda and joined the Tai Palace. Now, someone had broken through to the void god realm. Wushang led the group in that direction. After flying for a while, they finally confirmed that they were at a place. 4 Moon Palace. Someone has broken through in the 4 Moon Palace. 6 Yang sword deity raised his eyebrows. Yi Xian's heart trembled. His mother, Jiang Xinyan, seemed to be in the 4 Moon Palace. The group quickly landed in the 4 Moon Palace and rushed in. Along the way, there were also some female disciples of the 4 Moon Palace rushing in. In the end, they all gathered in front of a small palace. This is Xinyan's residence. 4 Moon Palace recognized it at a glance. After all, Jiang Xinyan was her proudest disciple. However, the others did not know who was living in the palace. At this moment, the Emperor's intent had finished condensing. So strong. She has just broken through, but she has already condensed so much Emperor's intent. Could it be Jiang Xinyan? 6 Yang sword deities said. Hearing this, Jiang Wenyue was shocked. Jiang Xinyan was his biological sister. Of course, Yi Xian was the most shocked. He did not expect that the one who had broken through this time was his biological mother. This was not the main point. The main point was that he might be able to see his biological mother soon. Rumble! Suddenly, the door of the small palace cracked open, and a beautiful woman in blue clothes walked out from it. Master? The lady was stunned when she saw so many people gathered in front of her residence. Xinyan, you have broken through? The 4 Moon Palace Master asked anxiously. Jiang Xinyan nodded solemnly and said, Master, I have broken through to the void god realm. Can I leave the 4 Moon Palace now? The 4 Moon Palace Master paused. Previously, she had restricted Jiang Xinyan's movements. However, Jiang Xinyan still found out about Yi Chong, causing her to have a heart demon. She did not expect Jiang Xinyan to break through her heart demon and become a void god realm great emperor. Chapter 704. Haha, Jiang Xinyan, come here. Let me introduce you to someone. I'm sure you'll want to meet him. Jiang Xinyan turned around and saw her brother Jiang Wenyue and Jiang Tianjin. However, the sixth sun, sword god, wasn't referring to them. He was referring to a young man. When Jiang Xinyan saw the young man's face clearly, her body trembled violently. This young man was Yi Xian. Even if Jiang Wenyue didn't rely on his bloodline to recognize Yi Xian, Jiang Xinyan, as Yi Xian's birth mother, had a bloodline connection with him. Thus, Jiang Xinyan also recognized him. Jiang Xinyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Yi Xian hurried forward and said, Yi Xian greets mother. Although she had guessed it, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but cry when she heard Yi Xian's words. She quickly walked forward and caressed Yi Xian's determined face. When Jiang Xinyan's hand touched Yi Xian's skin, their bloodline connection was activated to the maximum. Child, you've worked hard all these years, Jiang Xinyan said with a loving expression. When Yi Xian was still an infant, Yi Chong brought him back to the Yi family. He had never seen Jiang Xinyan. When he was a few years old, Yi Chong left the Yi family and went to the Blood Cliff continent. Yi Xian could almost be considered an orphan. However, today, the mother and son were finally reunited. Mother, father is below the sword god pagoda. Yi Xian calmed down and said slowly, All right, let's go. Jiang Xinyan grabbed Yi Xian's hand and left the Four Moon Palace. This time, the Four Moon sword god couldn't stop them. After all, Jiang Xinyan had broken through to the void god realm. Damn it, Jiang Wenyue cursed in his heart. He could only watch as Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan left. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'll go take a look too. The sixth sun sword god chuckled and chased after them. Duanmu Yun also followed. The four of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, below the sword god pagoda, Yi Xian passed. Yi Chong looked at the crystal on the 10th floor of the sword god pagoda and was stunned. He stood there stupefied. Not only that, but the two guards of the sword god pagoda were also stunned. They'd guarded the sword god pagoda for so many years, yet this was the first time they'd seen someone pass through the sword god pagoda. Could it be that there was a problem with the pagoda? At this time, the three people who looked up suddenly saw several figures descending rapidly. Yi Xian and Xinyan? When Yi Chong saw who it was, Yi was stunned. Why had he attacked the sword god pagoda 1,000 times? Wasn't it because he wanted to see Xinyan? Jiang Xinyan threw herself into Yi Chong's arms. After more than 20 years, they finally met again. This to Yi Tutu's to be. Yen be it BC. Xian, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen a man who attacked the sword god pagoda 1,000 times in order to see his wife. Every time he was heavily injured, he wouldn't give up. Haha, great, this is great. I've lived for so many years. My state of mind is incomparable to that of an ordinary person. But why do I feel like crying? The sixth sun, sword god, wiped the corners of his eyes. Duanmu Yun also smiled and said to Yi Xian, Your parents will be proud of you. Family reunion. One of Yi Xian's wishes had been fulfilled. Not only that, but Yi Chong's inner demon was also instantly eliminated. At that moment, a strange energy suddenly condensed in the surroundings. The sixth sun sword god and Duanmu Yun looked at each other. The former exclaimed, The great emperor's intent is condensing. Yi Chong, you broke through? After the sixth sun sword god's reminder, Yi Chong suddenly realized that his body's environment had changed greatly due to his excitement. The shackles that had blocked him for so many years had disappeared. Void, God, Realm Great Emperor. Quick, concentrate on condensing the Great Emperor's intent. Duanmu Yun also hurriedly said, after breaking through to the Void God, Realm Great Emperor, one could condense the Great Emperor's intent. This was a crucial moment. When Jiang Xinyan broke through, the amount of Great Emperor's intent that she condensed was much more than ordinary Great Emperors. It was much more than when Duanmu Yun and Jiang Wenyue broke through. Yi Chong's aptitude was not weak either. This was a good opportunity to consolidate his cultivation. The three of us will protect you. The sixth Sun Sword God stood aside, and Jiang Xinyan also retreated. At that moment, there were a total of 3 Void God Realm Great Emperors here. Although they could not help much, it was better than Yi Chong condensing the Great Emperor's intent alone. Yi Xian had also retreated. He did not dare to make any noise for fear of affecting Yi Chong. With the help of 3 Void God Realm Great Emperors, Yi Chong's cultivation level continued to rise. He condensed it so quickly. It's much faster than me in the past. The 6th Sun Sword God was very shocked. He felt that Yi Chong might be higher than Jiang Xinyan this time. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled, and only the sound of sand and stones could be heard. At the same time, Wu Shang and the others also stood in the air and watched. With a thought, Yi Chong became a great emperor. Yi Chong's aptitude was not any weaker than them. Amazing! He might be able to break through to the 2nd stage of the Great Emperor realm. Wu Shang said softly. What? Behind him, Jiang Wenyue, Jiang Tianjin, and the others were shocked. A grade 9 king directly broke through to the 2nd stage of the Great Emperor realm. Jiang Wenyue and his son did not feel good. One of them had the guidance of an expert, while the other had directly refined the 3rd stage of the Great Emperor realm. If they were compared to Yi Chong, they were not worth mentioning. At that moment, Yi Chong's Great Emperor's intent had already surpassed the average Void God Realm Great Emperor realm, and it was still rising. Finally, after a minute, the wind stopped. 2nd stage of the Great Emperor realm. The 6th Sun Sword God exclaimed. Yi Chong actually broke through from grade 9 king to the 2nd stage of the Great Emperor realm. This was something that had never happened in 1,000 years. Yi Chong opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. His Great Emperor's intent was very strong. It had surpassed Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Wenyue, and Duanmu Yun. He was indeed at the standard of a 2nd stage Great Emperor realm. Congratulations, Father! Yi Xian hurriedly went up to him. Congratulations, congratulations! The 6th Sun Sword God said, happily. In his heart, he was amazed by this pair of father and son. Although Yi Xian had joined the Tai Palace, he had already built a good relationship with Yi Xian and his son. In the future, Yi Xian and his son's achievements would not be lower than his. This was a good thing. Many thanks for Senior's help. Yi Chong hurriedly cupped his fists. Jiang Xinyan and Duanmu Yun were only at the 1st stage of the Great Emperor realm. The reason why he could break through to the 2nd stage of the Great Emperor realm was mainly because of the 6th Sun Sword God. Haha, you're too polite. The 6th Sun Sword God smiled and waved his hand. Yi Xian was able to defeat the Void God Realm Great Emperor Jiang Wenyue as a grade 9 king. His father, Yi Chong, had broken through to the 2nd stage of the Great Emperor realm. Now, it was better to build a good relationship with them. Chapter 705. At that moment, Wu Shang and the others landed as well. Wu Shang's gaze fell on Yi Chong as he said, Yi Chong, I hereby invite you to join Sword God's palace. You can choose from Tai, Trinity, 5 Xiangs, or 8 Desolation. Wushang's words shocked everyone present. Trinity, 5 Xiangs, and 8 Desolation were currently without a palace master. If Yi Chong were to join them, he would be able to secure the position of palace master. Wushang, this Jiang Wenyue quickly spoke. He was only able to become the palace master because of a good master, so he felt that it was unfair. However, Yi Chong immediately interrupted. I choose 8 Desolation. The reason why he was able to rise was because of the inheritance of 8 Desolation Sword God. Hence, he naturally had to choose 8 Desolation Palace. There was no doubt about it. All right, from now on, you'll be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. Wushang said directly. Boom. Everyone present was shocked. Yi Chong had just joined Sword God's palace, and he was immediately appointed as the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. He was on equal footing with Jiang Wenyue. It was the first time in 100 years that this had happened. Wushang, this is against the rules. 4 moons, Sword God stood out. The appointment of a palace master must be convincing, and more than half of the palace masters must agree. All right, I'll represent my father. We'll decide on the spot. Wushang nodded. However, the result was the same. Wushang represented Tai Palace, Duanmu Yun represented Chia Palace, and Luyang Sword God represented Luyang Palace. If the 3 of them agreed, it would be more than half of the palace masters. The palace masters of Trinity, 5 Xiangs, and 8 Desolation Palace had fallen. Only Unparalleled Palace was left. However, the Unparalleled Palace Master was not present. I agree. Luyang Sword God immediately said. I agree too. Duanmu Yun followed. As long as Wushang agreed, Yi Chong would be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. However, before Wushang could speak, 4 Moon Sword God snorted coldly. Forget it. Xinyan, you'll be the palace master of 4 Moons Palace from now on. Wushang was the one who invited Yi Chong to join Sword God's palace master. He was the one who suggested that Yi Chong be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. How could he disagree? Wushang Xinyan's a sword god. In this way, Yi Chong had 4 votes and was firmly seated in the position of 8 Desolation Palace master. If Yi Chong hadn't broken through yet, she could have helped, but now that both Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan had broken through, she didn't want to get involved in this mess. The conflict between the Jiang and Yi families should be left to their own devices. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xinyan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Jiang Wenyue, who was covered in blood, had already stabilized his injuries and changed into a new set of clothes. After seeing this scene, he could only sigh and say, "Congratulations, little sister." He didn't want to get involved anymore, so he turned around and left. "Thank you, big brother." Jiang Xinyan thanked him again. As for Jiang Tianjin, he glared fiercely at Yi Xian before leaving with Jiang Wenyue. The matter had finally come to an end. Ha ha! Yi Chong, congratulations. Your family is about to occupy the Sword God's palace, Sword God Luyang said with a smile. Jiang Xinyan was now the palace master of 4 Moon Palace, while Yi Chong was the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. Duanmu Yun and Sword God Luyang of 7 Night Palace were on good terms with their family. Not only that, but Yi Xian had also become a disciple of Tai Palace. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for the position of palace master in the future. Therefore, almost all the members of Sword God's palace were related to their family. It was amazing. Come, let's go to my cave abode. Duanmu Yun said with a smile when she saw that the matter had come to an end. Today was a great day. Yi Xian first reunited with his father, then he saw his mother. Finally, his family was reunited. In addition, Jiang Xinyan and Yi Chong had also broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor Realm. The latter had even jumped 2 levels. It was great news. Their family chatted for the whole day, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, on the second day, someone came to visit Duanmuyun's cave abode. It was Wu Shang. "Yi Xian, you have joined Tai Palace. I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master. In a few days, we will leave for the main continent. Do you want to stay in Sword God's palace or come with us?" Wu Shang asked directly after seeing Yi Xian go to the main continent. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was now stuck at level 9 challenger. Although he could ask his parents for something to break through, he still felt that it was better to do it himself. Now that the monsters of the Desolation Wilderness are restricted by old immortal Tianju, we can directly cross the Desolation Wilderness and reach the main continent. I think that is your stage. Wu Shang continued. Okay. Yi Xian nodded, without thinking. Whether it was the Eastern Continent or the chaotic astral ocean, there was no place for him. The levels here were too low. His cultivation was different from others. The possibility of him leveling up was too small. In that case, let's meet at the Sword God Pagoda tomorrow morning. Also, Jiang Tianjin will be in the team this time. Wu Shang left after saying that. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Now, that Jiang Wenyue was no longer a threat to him. Jiang Tianjin was already a 3rd-stage Great Emperor. Although he had refined other Great Emperors' will, he was still stronger than a 2nd-stage Great Emperor. If he wanted to fight against Jiang Tianjin, he would have to at least break through to the Void God realm. That Jiang Tianjin has a strange personality. You have to be careful this time. Jiang Xinyan reminded. I will. Yi Xian nodded. He knew that Jiang Tianjin had 2 personalities. One was cold, and the other was evil. The one that he had seen recently was the cold one. The evil one that liked to torture people had never appeared before. This time, he would be heading to the main continent with Wu Shang. There might be danger on the way, so he had to be careful of Jiang Tianjin, even though Jiang Tianjin was his cousin. Soon it was time. Yi Xian left Duanmuyun's cave dwelling and headed to the Sword God Pagoda. At this time, many people had already gathered at the Sword God Pagoda. They were not weak. Almost all of them were level 8 kings. Some were even level 9 kings. Wu Shang, Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian saw the 2 of them at first glance. Yi Xian knew that Wu Shang was a 3rd-stage Great Emperor. However, he was much stronger than Jiang Tianjin. After all, Wu Shang had cultivated on his own. On the other hand, Jiang Tianjin had refined the Great Emperor's will to break through to the 3rd-stage Great Emperor realm. Yi Xian, I will lead the team this time. Listen to my orders. Wu Shang said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior brother Wu Shang. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since Yi Xian arrived, Jiang Tianjin had revealed an evil smile. It seemed that Jiang Tianjin was being controlled by his evil personality. Compared to his cold personality, Jiang Tianjin's evil personality was more terrifying. Don't be anxious. Wait until I break through to the Void God realm. I will torture you until you call me father. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Chapter 706. All right, everyone is here. Let's set off early. Wu Shang glanced at Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin before leaping into the air. There were 10 disciples from Sword God Palace who were between 25 and 35 years old, accompanying the 3 of them to the main continent. In the Eastern Continent, they couldn't get any good experience and could only cultivate in seclusion. On the main continent, there were many Void God Realm Great Emperors and even Supremes. That was the real stage. Wu Shang flew to the west, and the others followed him. When the Eastern Continent was isolated from the world, the layout of the Blood Cliff Continent had changed. There is a death desert behind the Great Wilderness. We have to cross this death desert to reach the Sunflame Holy Court. Wushang explained as he flew. Senior brother Wushang, is the Sunflame Holy Court strong? A ninth-grade king asked. Strong. Those who can be called sacred dynasties all have supreme experts. Wushang nodded and said, when the great wilderness was blocked, we flew all the way from the chaotic astral ocean. However, we met the Sunflame Holy Court first. So we established a small force in the Sunflame Holy Court. Palace Master Wushuang and the old palace masters are in charge. Supremes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Supremes were the realms after the void god Realm Great Emperor. It was said that old immortal Tianju was also a Supremes. Do Supremes also use ultimacy and Great Emperor intent? Someone asked. Wushang shook his head and said, no, to become a Supremes, one has to seal the Great Emperor intent and form the Supreme's golden body. The Supreme's golden body is hard to hurt. Even 109th grade Great Emperors can't hurt it. So strong? Everyone was shocked. Yixian was the same. Hundreds of 9th grade Great Emperors couldn't hurt the Supreme's golden body. What kind of attack would it take? Senior brother Wushang, how do Supremes fight? The void god realm relies on the profound meaning. Once you reach the sovereign realm, you have to cultivate all kinds of intents, such as sword intents, blade intents, and so on. Only an attack that incorporates the sword intents can hurt the sovereign golden body. After Wushang finished speaking, he glanced at Yixian from the corner of his eye and said, a senior of my sword god palace comprehended sword intent when he was at the Nihility god realm. Although it was only an incomplete sword intent, it still increased his strength by more than 10 times. In the end, he died because of his old injuries. Upon hearing this, Yixian paused. He noticed Wushang's gaze. Could it be that Wushang is talking about sword god Bahuang? The sword intent seed in my Devourer space was left behind by sword god Bahuang. Yixian was shocked. A void god, Realm Great Emperor comprehended sword intent. This was enough to be proud of. However, not many people knew about this secret. However, Yixian was shocked just now. Coupled with his strange expression, Jiang Tianjin peeked at him. Senior brother Wushang, who is that senior? Jiang Tianjin asked curiously. You don't need to know. Wushang turned around and said, Yixian, you have the gravity space and the wind space. Help us speed up. Yixian was pulled back to reality by this sentence. He nodded and said, okay. In the next moment, the 12 of them felt 2 forces pushing them forward. However, only Jiang Tianjin did not. TSK Tisk. Jiang Tianjin laughed strangely in his heart. He did not care. His speed was not slower than Yixian. The latter's speed was only for the Sword God Palace disciples. Soon, the 13-man team crossed the Great Desolate Plains. Void God, Realm Great Emperors were not allowed to enter the Great Wilderness. However, they could now, so they soon arrived at the Desert of Death. Looking at the boundless desert in front of them, Wushang and the others stopped. There is a special formation in this Desert of Death. We can't fly. Even if we jump, we can only reach 100 meters. Therefore, we can only walk. Wushang explained. Senior brother Wushang, is there any danger in this Desert of Death? Someone asked. Yes, there are many. Wushang nodded and said, for example, the sand pits on the ground. Even kings would find it hard to climb out if they are accidentally sucked in. There are also some desert creatures, such as poisonous scorpions and poisonous snakes. Of course, the most dangerous thing is the desert storm. Even Void God, Realm Great Emperors would not be able to escape unscathed. Everyone swallowed their saliva and took out their weapons. They were extremely alert. Yixian, you have the earth attribute. Create a passage. Wu Shang turned to Yi Xian and said, "Okay." Yi Xian walked in. In front of him, the sand in front of him was separated, and then a mud path that was several meters wide rose up. In this desert of death, the earth attribute had the highest survivability. However, Yi Xian frowned slightly. The sand in this desert of death was not ordinary sand. He had spent a lot of effort to build this mud path. He took the lead and walked on the mud path. Immediately, he felt a strange pressure that prevented him from flying. Not only that, even the repulsive force and wind force were ineffective. Wu Shang also walked on the mud path. He patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "It doesn't need to be so wide. 2 meters is enough." Yi Xian nodded in silence. Everyone continued to follow Wu Shang. This mud path brought them great convenience. They did not have to worry about stepping on sand pits or being ambushed by desert creatures. However, this desert of death did not lack void god realm great emperors. Even Wu Shang could not guarantee that he could leave this desert of death alive. Yi Xian built the mud bridge while being vigilant of his surroundings. He did not know why, but he had a strange premonition that something was about to happen. "Be careful. I feel that something is wrong," Wu Shang reminded. He also felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. However, he was a third-stage great emperor. With Jiang Tianjin beside him, he could deal with most of the problems. They advanced for a while, but in the end, Wu Shang could not help but stop. "Senior brother Wu Shang, what's wrong?" A sword god palace disciple asked curiously. "Be careful. I'll check the surroundings," Wu Shang said as he looked around. In the next moment, his great emperor blasted a big hole 1,000 meters away. Boom! The sound was very loud. Sand and dust billowed, but there was nothing. Wu Shang paused for a moment, then quickly turned his head. Boom! Another big hole appeared, but in the next moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded. "Kill!" Poof! 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 One figure after another leaped out of the sand. "Desert bandits, be careful!" Chapter 707. Although the Death Desert was dangerous, there were many trade routes that passed through here. Hence, there were desert bandits. These desert bandits were proficient in sand escape techniques and were very stealthy. Even Wu Shang, a stage 3 great emperor, did not discover them. He only felt that something was wrong. At this time, there were more than 20 desert bandits, more than a dozen B and B grade kings, and 3 empty god realm emperors. TSK, they are courting death. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly. 3 empty god realm great emperors dared to find trouble with them? They were overestimating themselves. Jiang Tianjin, and I will deal with the empty god realm great emperors. Yi Xian, you deal with the kings. Wu Shang immediately assigned the tasks. Understood. Yi Xian nodded and charged out. He was just a step away from breaking through to the empty god realm great emperor. If all of these kings were given to him, it would be enough. Go to hell. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He was extremely fast and merciless. The 10 sword god palace disciples also charged out, but compared to Yi Xian, they were as slow as snails. When Yi Xian finished off the 10 desert bandits, Wu Shang and Jiang Tianjin had already dealt with the 3 stage 1 great emperors. They are tough, let's go. One of the desert bandits shouted and quickly burrowed into the ground. Yi Xian was just a step away from breaking through and was about to use ground shrink to give chase. However, he was stopped by Wu Shang at this moment. Yi Xian, don't chase, Wu Shang hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian stopped and looked at Wu Shang in surprise. The Death Desert is more dangerous underground. Only experienced desert bandits can come and go as they please. If you go down recklessly, I am afraid you will die miserably, Wu Shang explained. In fact, Yi Xian also knew this, but he had the Tree of Life bloodline and was not afraid of it. However, since Wu Shang had already spoken, he would just forget about it. At this moment, he was only a step away from the empty god realm Great Emperor realm. No wonder senior brother Wu Shang felt that something was wrong. So it was because of these desert bandits. Fortunately, senior brother Wu Shang was here. Otherwise, we would be in deep trouble. The 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace were a little shocked. At the same time, they also felt the power of the main continent. A mere desert bandit actually had an empty god realm Great Emperor. This made them feel very pressured. We've killed more than 10 desert bandits, and 3 of them are the leaders of the desert bandits. The leader of the desert bandits will definitely come for revenge. You guys be careful. I only revealed the strength of a second-order Great Emperor just now. Wu Shang said to Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He wanted the other party to walk right into his trap. As long as these bandits dared to come again, he would be able to break through to the Nihility God stage. Let's go. The 10 of you have to be careful. Don't spread out. Wu Shang reminded them and continued forward. Although Yi Xian was only a level 9 king, his speed was faster than Jiang Wenyue's. Among those present, only Wu Shang and Jiang Tianjin were faster than him. Therefore, Wu Shang was not worried about Yi Xian. They continued forward for half an hour. Then, Wu Shang felt that something was wrong again. Clang, clang, clang. Wu Shang formed the golden rampart and protected everyone inside. Desert bandits, come out. With the previous example, Wu Shang was sure that there was a group of desert bandits around them, ready to ambush them. Sure enough, as Wu Shang expected, as soon as his voice fell, a number of figures rushed out of the sand. This time, there were more than 30 people, 5 of which were empty god realm great emperors. Where did you come from? How dare you kill my men? The desert bandit leader shouted coldly. The strong are respected. What's there to talk about? Wu Shang replied indifferently. The desert bandit leader squinted his eyes. How dare you? Although you have some background, my men are not that easy to kill. Go. The moment he gave the order, all the desert bandits launched an attack. The desert bandit leader was a level 3 Great Emperor. Among the other 4 leaders, there was 1 level 2 Great Emperor and 3 level 1 Great Emperors. As for the rest, they were all level 8 kings. Although they did not have the advantage in numbers, Wu Shang was the son of the Tai Sword God. His strength was not comparable to those of the same level. At that moment, he stopped the desert bandit leader alone. As for the level 2 Great Emperor and 3 level 1 Great Emperors, he left them to Jiang Tianjin. The pressure is too much. Let's break through first. Yi Xian made a plan in his heart and immediately charged out. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. 1 attack could kill a desert bandit. Yi Xian's attack speed was also fast. When Wu Shang and the desert bandit leaders started fighting, he had already killed 5 level 9 kings. Almost there, he devoured the spoils of war, and his cultivation level continued to increase. Desert bandit, robber, pirate, mountain bandit, these were all professions with great wealth. However, they did not have many items on them. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have broken through to the empty god realm Great Emperor. The other 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace also gathered together to defend against the attacks of the desert bandits. However, no matter how many bandits there were, they could not withstand Yi Xian's massacre. That kid is strong. I will kill him. A level 1 Great Emperor bandit shouted. Originally, Jiang Tianjin could have stopped him. However, he purposely let the desert bandit pass. Humph, you want to kill me with such a small trick? Yi Xian snorted in his heart. With a double oppression, he killed a level 9 king bandit leader. He quickly flew over and caught the Qian Kuan ring of the desert bandit leader. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a level 1 Great Emperor. When the system notification sounded out, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He had finally broken through. At this moment, there was a strange energy in his mind. This was the Great Emperor's intent. The Great Emperor's intent could be merged with martial arts and ultimacies, greatly increasing the power. However, most people would need to form their own Great Emperor's intent to break through. However, Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere. The strength of the Great Emperor's intent was similar to that of an ordinary person. Ding! The host has learned the third move of the 8 Desolation Sword skill, Sword of Annihilation. Sword of 8 Desolation, Sword of Shattering Stars, and Sword of Annihilation were the 3 ultimate skills of the 8 Desolation Emperor. Now, Yi Xian had learned all 3 of them before the level 1 Great Emperor bandit leader arrived. Yi Xian merged the Great Emperor's intent into the double space. Bang! 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 One by one, the desert bandits exploded. The double space merged with the Great Emperor's intent was extremely powerful. So strong. Everyone present was shocked. The desert bandits thought that Yi Xian was a hidden void god realm Great Emperor. However, the people from the Sword God Palace knew that Yi Xian was just a level 9 king. Why would he suddenly have the Great Emperor's intent now? Kid Die. At this moment, the level 1 Great Emperor bandit leader arrived. Chapter 708. Dual Space. Yi Xian glared at the first stage Great Emperor. 2 invisible forces trapped the first stage Great Emperor. Ugh. The first stage Great Emperor was trapped by the dual space, which was infused with the Great Emperor's will. It was so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak. However, this was the desert of death. Yi Xian's upward repulsive force and wind force were ineffective. Hence, the first stage Great Emperor quickly drilled into the sand. Bang! However, when he completely entered the sand, the pressure of the double space squeezed his head until it exploded. A first stage Great Emperor, dead. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away his universe ring. His strength once again skyrocketed. On the other side, the 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace were dealing with the 12 sand bandits. Wu Shang and Jiang Tianjin didn't feel much pressure and weren't at a disadvantage. However, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity to increase his strength. If he could kill all the sand bandits, he would be able to suppress Jiang Tianjin. However, at this moment, rumble! Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's heart. They turned around and saw a huge wave in the distance. When the desert bandits saw the source of this huge wave, their faces were filled with fear. Not good. It's the death sandstorm. Run! The sand bandit leader shouted and quickly retreated. He then drilled into the sand. Wu Shang didn't give chase because he understood that it wasn't the right time to do so. Quick, everyone gather here. Wu Shang hurriedly shouted. The 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace quickly gathered. They didn't dare to be negligent because they felt that the death sandstorm was no small matter. Even the Third Order Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader's face turned pale. What did these Ninth Order kings amount to? Yi Xian quickly opened up the sand. Let's go down. Wu Shang hurriedly shouted. The death sandstorm must be very dangerous to be able to make Wu Shang so frightened. Yi Xian didn't say anything and drilled into the sand. Then Wu Shang and the others immediately followed and kept going down. Among them, only Yi Xian had the earth attribute. Although Wu Shang was a Third Order Great Emperor, he had the metal attribute and could not control the sand. Therefore, Yi Xian was much faster than him. The death sandstorm is the most dangerous thing in the death desert. Even I could die in it. Later on, I will build a golden wall. You guys should also focus on forming physical objects. Do not be swept away by the death sandstorm. Wushang shouted as he followed. He calculated the time and immediately formed a golden wall to envelop all of them. In the blink of an eye, the 13 of them were in a narrow space with 6 golden walls. Boom! All of a sudden, the 13 of them staggered. Soon after, they realized that they had been swept up by the sandstorm and were sent flying into the air. Quick, reinforce it. Wushang hurriedly reminded everyone when he saw that they were in a daze. Yi Xian reacted and quickly formed an earth wall. Just now, when he glanced at the sandstorm, it gave him the same feeling as Windblade's second-level death storm. However, its power was probably 10 times stronger than the death storm. If a human was swept up by the death sandstorm, they would probably be sliced to death by the Windblades. Even Void God, Realm Great Emperors would not be able to survive. Kacha! 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 Although Wushang was a third-order Great Emperor, his golden wall could not completely withstand the death sandstorm. At this time, there were already many gaps in the golden wall, and sand was continuously seeping in. We must hold on until the death sandstorm ends. Wushang shouted with a gloomy expression. The death sandstorm was very strong. Even Void God, Realm Great Emperors could die. Although Wushang was a third-order Great Emperor, he did not dare to guarantee that he could survive. He estimated that if he was in the death sandstorm, he would only have a 70% chance of survival. Jiang Tianjin had 50%, and Yi Xian had less than 30%. As for the 10 Sword God Palace disciples, there was almost no chance of survival. This was the death sandstorm. The death sandstorm that even the desert bandits were afraid of. Kacha! 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 Although everyone tried their best to repair the gap, they could not make ends meet. In less than 10 seconds, a large gap was cut off in Wushang's golden wall. Everyone looked at the gap and saw nothing but darkness. However, they could faintly smell the scent of blood. They did not know if the blood belonged to the desert bandits or the caravan. It's over. The golden wall cannot hold on any longer. Everyone, follow me and charge out. Wushang shouted in the wind. He was fully armed and took the lead to charge out of the gap. Jiang Tianjin did not dare to say anything else and quickly followed behind. Yi Xian followed closely behind. However, the 10 disciples from the Sword God's palace were terrified. No, we can't. If we go out, we will definitely die. What should we do? Senior brother Wushang's golden wall is about to collapse. Even if we don't go out, we will still die. We will die anyway. Let's fight. A few Sword God Palace disciples rushed out. However, they could not fly in this place. They were instantly swept away by the death sandstorm. One of them even had half of his head cut off by a sharp wind blade. Without the protection of the great emperors, they were like tofu in the death sandstorm. The others did not dare to go out after seeing their miserable state. They could only helplessly stay in Wushang's golden wall. Kacha! Without Wushang's repair, the golden wall quickly collapsed. Soon after, the remaining Sword God Palace disciples were swept away by the death sandstorm. Their fates were left to fate. At this time, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin were constantly swept away by the death sandstorm under Wushang's lead. They kept failing, and even Wushang was injured. If the death sandstorm was outside, it would be easier to deal with it. However, this death sandstorm was in the death desert. It was impossible to fly in the death desert, so it was very dangerous. You too use the great emperor's will to protect me. I will open the way. Yi Xian, use gravity and wind to help. Wushang roared loudly. His great emperor's will was the strongest, so it was best to use it to open the way. However, if it was used to open the way, his defense would be weaker. Therefore, he needed Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin to work together. In the Death Desert, upward repulsion and wind were useless. However, downward repulsion was useful. Yi Xian and the other two formed a line and kept rushing out. However, the Death Sandstorm's wind was too strong. Even with the Great Emperor's will in the double space, they could only move forward slowly. After rushing for a full minute, they were still in the Death Sandstorm's inner circle. They had not even reached the outer circle. Chapter 709. Damn it! Wu Shang cursed angrily. He had already experienced the might of this sandstorm. In fact, he could have used his Great Emperor's will to protect himself and survive. However, if he did so, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin would be in trouble. Right at this moment, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Jiang Tianjin, who was in the middle, was swept away by the sandstorm. What? Wu Shang was startled. Soon, he realized that Jiang Tianjin had used up a lot of his Great Emperor's will when fighting against the bandit leaders. Therefore, he had used it very carefully, and because of Jiang Tianjin's mistake, he was the first to be blown away. Yi Xian, if this continues, both of us will exhaust our Great Emperor's will. We can only give up and follow the direction of the sandstorm. That's the only way to survive. Wu Shang shouted. Understood. Yi Xian's face turned gloomy. Next, he used his Great Emperor's will to protect himself and stopped the impact. Whoosh whoosh. The sandstorm of death swept him away as well. In the sandstorm, one had to follow the direction of the sandstorm. If one went against it, they would only die miserably. Fortunately, he had the dual space. His body was also of the wind attribute. Under the situation where he followed the wind, his survival ability was not lower than Wu Shang's. I can only leave it to fate. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he followed the sandstorm. Next, he used his Great Emperor's will very carefully. Normally, he would use his Zhen Qi and Profound. Although his Great Emperor's will could recover quickly, he still had to be careful. Even if there were wind blades, as long as they did not injure his vitals, he would not defend and let the Tree of Life recover on its own. In the Death Sandstorm, it was pitch black. He could no longer see Wu Shang, and he had no idea where Jiang Tianjin had been swept away to. At this moment, he could not care so much. He could only protect himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sandstorm continued to spin and move, sweeping in countless sand and dust. Fortunately, Yi Xian's throbbing earth pulse had increased to 64 layers. As long as he merged his Great Emperor's will into the 64 layers, he would be able to block the fatal wind blades. Normally, he would only need to use the normal 64-layered pulsating guard. Another minute passed. In this 1 minute, Yi Xian had lost count of how many times he had followed the deadly sandstorm. Most people would feel dizzy, but he was full of energy. After all, he had stayed in Heian's gravitational space for a full 10 days. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned. He suddenly felt the death sandstorm slowing down. Was it about to stop? Immediately, his eyes lit up. It seemed that he should be able to survive. He just didn't know how the others would fare. Huff, huff. His intuition was right. The death sandstorm had indeed begun to weaken, and the wind blade attacks had also lessened. He continued to rotate with the death sandstorm at the same speed as the rotation speed. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly infused the Great Emperor's will into the 64 pulsatile guards. Boom! The death sandstorm suddenly exploded, and the powerful shockwave instantly sent Yi Xian flying. PFFF. Even with the Great Emperor's will infused into the 64 pulsatile guards, Yi Xian was still severely injured. His head buzzed, and he could only feel that his body was in a weightless state. His entire body was covered in sand. By the time Yi Xian reacted, he found himself in a sand pit. This sand pit was constantly swallowing him up. Not good. Yi Xian immediately woke up. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly used the profound meaning of ground shrink. In the death desert, the death sand pits were also very terrifying. This was because one couldn't fly here. If one accidentally fell into these death sand pits, the quicksand would constantly swallow one's body and bury one in the endless desert. If it was ordinary sand, ordinary martial artists could easily escape. However, this wasn't ordinary sand. Only void god realm great emperors or those who had comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrink could escape easily. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had both of them, so he escaped from the quicksand. I'm finally out. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His luck was really bad. It was his first time entering the death desert, and he actually encountered such a terrifying thing. He glanced at his current attire, which could only be described as appalling. After all, during the sandstorm of death, his arms and legs had been cut off several times, and even his waist had been cut off several times. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have survived. I wonder how senior brother Wushang and the others are doing. Yi Xian looked around and didn't feel any powerful aura. He jumped up and looked around. There was only sand piles around him. There was no one. Let's look around first. Yi Xian changed into a clean set of clothes and started looking for survivors. Just now, he was sent flying by the super shock wave of the death sandstorm. However, the direction his feet were facing when he landed was the direction he flew from. Therefore, he quickly started searching. Even he was sent flying by the shock wave. It was the same for the others. However, it was still uncertain if they could survive. Yi Xian started to wander around. The death desert was filled with earth attribute Yuan Qi. He directly raised a 1-meter wide dirt road and started searching. After searching for a while, he found a corpse first. However, it was the corpse of a desert bandit. The sand of the death desert has the effect of hiding aura. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. This desert bandit's corpse was only 1/3 complete. He didn't know where the yin and yang ring had flown to. If it had fallen into the sand pile, he wouldn't be able to find it. He continued to search. A few minutes later, he found a second corpse. This time, the corpse was someone he recognized. It was the corpse of a rank 8 martial king from the Sword God Palace. Even Wushang, a rank 3 great emperor, wasn't 100% sure that he could survive the death sandstorm. Yi Xian was lucky enough to survive. As for those who weren't void god, realm great emperors, they could only rely on luck. If there was one corpse, there would be a second one. A few minutes later, Yi Xian found a total of 4 corpses of the Sword God Palace's disciples. There were also a few corpses of desert bandits. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. Void God Realm Great Emperor. He frowned because he didn't know if this Void God Realm Great Emperor was a desert bandit, Wushang, or Jiang Tianjin. Therefore, he hurriedly concealed his aura and escaped into the sand. The bandit leader who fought with Wushang earlier was also a rank 3 great emperor. His strength wasn't bad. If Yi Xian encountered him now, with his current realm, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything to the bandit leader in a short time. He could only rely on guerrilla warfare. Chapter 7:10. However, when he saw the face of the empty god, realm great emperor, he jumped out of the sand. Senior brother Wushang. Yi Xian hurriedly called out. The newcomer was not the desert bandit leader, but the son of the Tai sword god, Wushang. Junior brother Yi, I'm glad you're okay. Wu Shang ran over with a pale face. His white robe was stained with blood. The death sandstorm had brought him a lot of trouble. Although the metal defense that had merged with the Great Emperor's will was very strong, he had been swept away for a few minutes and consumed a lot of his Great Emperor's will. Senior brother Wu Shang, I saw 4 corpses along the way. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Wu Shang sighed. Don't blame yourself. This is the death sandstorm. It's too ferocious. Those below the Void God realm can only rely on luck. Even those experienced bandits couldn't escape. Let's search again and see if there are any survivors. All right. Yi Xian nodded. With the addition of Wu Shang, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of encountering the desert bandit leader. Instead, he hoped to encounter him. However, this group of desert bandits generally walked on the ground. At that time, Wu Shang only found those desert bandits with weaker strength. The two searched for a while, but did not find anything. Instead, they saw many corpses that seemed to belong to the desert caravan. Yi Xian, stop! Suddenly, Wu Shang shouted. Yi Xian paused and said, Senior brother Wu Shang, what's wrong? There's a very strong aura. It might be the desert bandit leaders. Wu Shang quickly squatted down and gently climbed to a sand dune. He poked his head out to take a look. There was a group of people in front of him. There were more than 10 desert bandits wearing white scarves and more than 10 people wearing different clothes. Wu Shang squinted and said, Jiang Tianjin is also caught. Yi Xian was startled. He looked over and sure enough, Jiang Tianjin was also in the group. His body was stained with blood and seemed to be seriously injured. At the same time, there were also the desert bandit leader and 4 other leaders among the bandits. Among the others, there were 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace. The rest were strangers. Yi Xian had never seen them before. The bandit leader who fought with me just now was actually standing behind someone. It seems that the strength of the person in front is not to be underestimated, Wu Shang said in a low voice. At least a 3rd order Great Emperor, Yi Xian understood Wu Shang's meaning. In this world, the strong were respected. For a 3rd order Great Emperor to walk behind someone, it meant that the other party's status was higher than his. If it's just that desert bandit leader, I can deal with him alone. However, there's still a 3rd order Great Emperor and several Void God realm Great Emperors. The 2 of us are no match for them. Wu Shang shook his head. Although Yi Xian didn't want to save Jiang Tianjin, there were 2 disciples of Sword God Palace among the people held hostage by the bandits. One of them was from Ba Huang Palace, so he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. Senior brother Wu Shang, what should we do now? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Wait. Wu Shang replied. Although these bandits can burrow into the ground, their captives can't. Therefore, they have to walk back to their nest. Then, should we launch a sneak attack and rescue them by force? Yi Xian asked. Yi Xian still frowned, but the bandits can just steal the Qiankuan ring. What's the point of capturing people? Throw them away and become slaves. Look at them. They are wearing a special kind of shackle that can restrict their use of true qi. Even Void God realm Great Emperors won't be able to use their Great Emperor willpower if they're shackled. Wu Shang explained. Slaves. Yi Xian was shocked. Void God realm Great Emperors were using them as slaves? What was that for? Slaves are popular in the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. They will use a special method to carve the word slave on their faces, making them slaves for eternity. Even if you peel off their skin, when new skin grows, the word slave will still be engraved on their face. These slaves are usually bought by some family forces. They can be used as sparring partners or sent out to carry out missions. Wu Shang continued. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was fantasizing about carving the word slave on Jiang Tianjin's face. How cool would that be? However, there were two disciples of the Sword God Palace beside Jiang Tianjin. Hence, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Let's go. Follow them carefully. Don't be discovered. Wu Shang took the lead and followed them. Fortunately, they were in the Death Desert. There were countless sand dunes for them to hide in. In addition, the two of them concealed their auras. Hence, it was difficult for the bandits to discover them. The two of them followed behind the group of bandits and moved forward. After more than half an hour, the two of them suddenly saw the group of bandits jump into a huge sand pit. It seems that that's their nest. Let's wait for a while, Wu Shang said. Waiting for a while was to let the bandits lower their guard. After the group of bandits jumped in, the huge sand pit closed. It seemed that there was an Earth attribute king or great emperor controlling it. However, Yi Xian and Wu Shang had already memorized the location. Yi Xian, use earth shrinking and bring me to investigate. Wu Shang turned around and said. Yi Xian nodded. Then he brought Wu Shang into the sand and slowly approached. The huge sand pit was the main camp of the bandits. However, there were at least 2 third-stage great emperors inside. Hence, they had to be careful. The sand pit was a passageway that looked like a well. It was a kilometer deep. Yi Xian used earth shrinking to rush to one side of the wall and broke a small hole. I heard that the bandits built a castle underground. This path should lead to that castle. Wu Shang poked his head out to take a look. He didn't see anyone. But we don't know where the captives are. Yi Xian replied. Yes, hence we can't rescue them by force. Wu Shang nodded and said, otherwise I'll lure the 2 third-stage great emperors away. You use earth shrinking to investigate and then rescue them. This is the main camp of the bandits. They will check for danger from time to time. It's safer to use earth shrinking here. In truth, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the poisonous scorpions and snakes in the sand. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Senior brother Wu Shang, can you do it alone? Yi Xian asked. If it wasn't for the death sandstorm, that bandit leader would have been killed by me. It won't be a problem for me to hold back the 2 of them. With your strength, I estimate that you can fight against second-stage great emperors. However, this time, we're not going to clear out the bandits' nest. We're going to rescue them. As long as we rescue them, we'll meet at the place where we first met. Wu Shang explained his plan. All right. Chapter 7:11. Yi Xian did not want to save Jiang Tianjin, but with Wu Shang and 2 other disciples of Sword God Palace, he could not sit back and do nothing. Then you hide here. I will kill my way out. Remember, we are saving people, not wiping out a bandit nest. Wu Shang reminded him again. Senior brother Wu Shang, don't worry. Even if I can't win, escaping is not a problem. Yi Xian said confidently. Although these bandits were proficient in the earth burrowing technique, how could they compare to a true earth burrowing technique? Yi Xian's speed was several times faster than theirs. In that case, I will go, Wu Shang said, and rushed out. As for Yi Xian, he quickly circled around to the other side of the well. How dare you, bandits, come out and die? Wu Shang shouted as he leaped down. There were 2 desert bandits guarding the bottom of the well, but as soon as they reacted, they were killed without a single scratch. There was no hesitation at all. Wu Shang's voice was deafening, and the entire underground castle shook. When he landed, many bandits surrounded him. How dare you rush in? Who are you? One of the bandits asked in shock. Humph, you kidnapped my companion. Can't you recognize me? Wu Shang shouted and raised his sword. In the next moment, the bandit was cut in half. Not only that, but the other bandits were not spared either. Wu Shang was a 3rd-order great emperor. Even a 2nd-order great emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Only a third-order Great Emperor could fight against him, and it was only a fight. Wu Shang's voice was very loud. Soon, the Void God Realm Great Emperor bandits would come out. Since they were all bandits, he would kill them one by one. The more bandits Wu Shang killed, the lower the chances of Yi Xian being discovered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already started to move. He used the earth burrowing technique to travel through the walls. The bandit nest was quite big. Yi Xian first looked around to see if he could find the slaves that were about to be sold. Rumble! Just as he was shuttling through the bandit's lair, a loud noise came from outside. It seemed that Wu Shang was already fighting with the bandit leader. Yi Xian also hastened his footsteps. Now, he did not use ground shrink and directly entered. Coincidentally, 2 desert bandits passed by and saw him. "Who's there?" A desert bandit shouted, but in the next moment, he saw 2 cold flashes of light. Then his head and that of the other bandit flew into the air. Yi Xian quickly chased after them and took their universe rings. Although Yi Xian's speed was fast, he had to come out to take a look every time. It wasn't as practical as using world walking. After all, Yi Xian's dexterity had advanced 4 times, and he could use double space acceleration. Thus, world walking was more useful than world walking in this situation. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Rather than looking for it himself, it would be more convenient to ask the desert bandits. Coincidentally, the second group of people he met after coming out was actually a Void God Stage Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader. "Kid, you're courting death." The bandit leader shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was known to be invincible. A mere first-order Great Emperor was nothing to him. Double space acceleration. Great Emperor intent. In the next moment, the bandit leader's body stiffened, and he could not move. What? The bandit leader was shocked. He could feel that Yi Xian's Great Emperor intent was similar to his, but their strength was worlds apart. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of him and said, "Where are the slaves you captured?" "Bastard, kill me if you have the guts." The bandit leader would rather die than comply. "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Yi Xian glared, and the pressure of double space acceleration began to increase. The bandit leader could only feel his head buzzing. It would not be long before his head was crushed. I'll talk. The bandit leader smelled the scent of death and quickly changed his mind. "Speak," Yi Xian shouted coldly. "There are 2 paths behind me. Just take the left one." The bandit leader said hurriedly. Yi Xian glanced at the bandit leader. There were indeed 2 paths behind the bandit leader. Yi Xian immediately swung his sword. Sila! The bandit leader's head flew. He thought that if he spoke, Yi Xian would not kill him. Yi Xian quickly removed the bandit leader's interspatial ring and rushed towards the left path. His speed was very fast, faster than a third-order Great Emperor. Not long after, he saw a prison. There was a group of people inside, about 40 to 50 of them. Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian looked over and saw Jiang Tianjin's miserable figure. However, outside this prison, there were 2 bandit leaders guarding it. "Who's there?" The 2 bandit leaders noticed Yi Xian, but in the next moment, they were unable to move. Although this bandit group was not bad and had 2 third-order Great Emperors, there was only 1 second-order Great Emperor. He was one of Jiang Tianjin's opponents. The 2 bandit leaders guarding the prison were only first-order Great Emperors. Yi Xian used all his strength to execute dual space and killed both of them. He quickly swept over and collected the 2's interspatial rings. He then turned around and glared. Pung! The prison's special lock exploded, and the prison door opened. Then, the people inside came out one after another. However, They had special shackles on their bodies. If they were not opened, they were just a group of ordinary people with stronger physiques. Even an ordinary virtual god could kill them. Little brother, are you here to save us? Little brother, quickly release us. Let's kill our way out. These damn bandits. We have more than 10 Void God Realm Great Emperors and a Third Order Great Emperor. Let's kill them together. The group of people shouted. Yi Xian did not care about them. He quickly broke the shackles on Jiang Tianjin and the 2 Sword God Palace disciples and threw them 3 middle-grade Void God weapons. Yi Xian, where's senior brother Wushang? A Sword God Palace disciple asked. He lured the 2 Third Order Great Emperors away. I'm here to save you, Yi Xian said as he released the shackles on some of the people around him and threw them some middle-grade Void God weapons. When these people were captured, they were shackled, and their interspatial rings were taken away. Hence, the weapons they had accumulated for many years were gone. However, compared to weapons, their lives were more important. Soon, these people were released from their shackles. At the same time, they had weapons. Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. Chapter 7:12. Let's go. The 2 third stage Great Emperors will be back soon. Let's go. Yi Xian did not waste any time and led the group out of the cave. There were 2 second stage Great Emperors and 10 first stage Great Emperors in the group. If they worked together, they could go against a 3rd stage Great Emperor. At this time, Jiang Tianjin approached with a smile and whispered, Tisk, TSK. Are you interested in going with me? Yi Xian asked vigilantly, Where are we going? He understood that the current Jiang Tianjin was the evil Jiang Tianjin. Otherwise, how could he reveal such a smile? I heard from the desert bandits that there is a strange tree here. The tree bears fruit every year, and the fruit can increase one's cultivation, Jiang Tianjin said with a wicked smile. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not believe Jiang Tianjin's nonsense. The evil Jiang Tianjin was harder to deal with than the cold Jiang Tianjin. Senior brother Wushang has already lured the 2 third stage Great Emperors away. No one in the cave can stop us. Jiang Tianjin continued. Yi Xian paused and said to the 2 Sword God Palace disciples behind him, 2 senior brothers, follow the group and kill our way out. Senior brother Jiang, and I need to go somewhere. Then he told them the location where he would meet up with Wushang. Okay. The 2 Sword God Palace disciples nodded. Then Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin left the group. I don't know if Jiang Tianjin is telling the truth. However, we need to settle this today. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd stage Great Emperor, he had refined other Great Emperors will to break through. He was weaker than Wushang and Wushang's opponent. He was only slightly stronger than a 2nd stage Great Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he had defeated Jiang Wenyue when he was a 9th grade king. Now that he had broken through to the empty god realm and obtained Great Emperor's will, he was not afraid of Jiang Tianjin. Most importantly, he had a killer move, the Sword of Annihilation reincarnation that he had learned after breaking through to the empty god realm. He had not used this move before, but its power was definitely stronger than the sword-shattering stars. Where is the strange tree you were talking about? Yi Xian could not help but ask as he stood far away from the crowd. It's at the end of the other path. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly. All right, lead the way. Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Tianjin smiled again and led the way. Along the way, they did encounter some unlucky desert bandits. All of them were killed by Yi Xian, and their interspatial rings were taken away. Jiang Tianjin also took an interspatial ring to store things. It didn't take long for them to feel a powerful spiritual energy. There really was a supreme treasure in front of them. I didn't expect Jiang Tianjin to be telling the truth. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He thought Jiang Tianjin was looking for a place to kill him. Who is it? Suddenly, a shout came from the corner in front of them. Then, a bandit leader walked out. Second stage Great Emperor, kill! Jiang Tianjin shouted coldly as he glared at the bandit leader. Inextinguishable flames rose from the ground beneath the bandit leader's feet. The inextinguishable flames were infused with Jiang Tianjin's third stage Great Emperor's will. However, the bandit leader was not someone to be trifled with. He quickly dodged. However, in the next moment, he felt two waves of pressure sealing off his path of retreat. Die! Jiang Tianjin shot forward and sent the bandit leader flying with a slash. After all, he was a third stage Great Emperor. Even if he had refined the will of a fallen Great Emperor, he was still stronger than an ordinary second stage Great Emperor. After the bandit leader was sent flying, Yi Xian took care of him. Double space. 36 overlapping shadows. With the cooperation of the two, Yi Xian easily killed the bandit leader. Then, he quickly swept over and kept the bandit leader's interspatial ring. Jiang Tianjin looked at him quietly with a smile on his face. He did not say a word. This Jiang Tianjin, Yi Xian threw the interspatial ring aside and narrowed his eyes as he pondered. The current Jiang Tianjin was very strange. He did not want a single cent of the spoils of a second stage Great Emperor. After killing the bandit leader, Jiang Tianjin turned a corner and saw a red tree. What a strong flame, aura. Jiang Tianjin's eyes narrowed. He instantly understood that this was a worldly treasure of the fire attribute. Coincidentally, he was also of the fire attribute. At this moment, Yi Xian had also swept over. Split equally. Jiang Tianjin shouted in a low voice and quickly flew over. There were more than 10 fruits on the red tree. Yi Xian did not delay and quickly swept over to pick them. Although this thing is useless to me, I can devour it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and swallowed the red fruit. His cultivation base increased by a level. He estimated that the value of these two fruits was almost equal to the value of the interspatial ring he had just obtained. Even if he had to split it equally with Jiang Tianjin, he would at least get 8 fruits. At that time, he would be able to break through to the second stage Great Emperor. However, Jiang Tianjin's gaze fell on Yi Xian. He revealed a sinister smile and suddenly attacked. Yi Xian, who was in the midst of collecting the red fruits, suddenly trembled and quickly retreated. Bang! The place where he had been standing just now suddenly exploded. Inextinguishable flames. Furthermore, it was the inextinguishable flames that had merged with the will of a great emperor. At this moment, only he and Jiang Tianjin were here. Therefore, the one who attacked him must be Jiang Tianjin. So, you're finally showing your foxtail? Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian actually had this thought when Jiang Tianjin suggested it. When he took the second stage Great Emperor's interspatial ring, Jiang Tianjin did not say anything. This meant that he would most likely attack Yi Xian. Moreover, there were only the two of them here. It was the best time to attack. Yi Xian was prepared. Otherwise, Jiang Tianjin would have succeeded. Hee, how can I not take revenge for what you did to my father? Jiang Tianjin sneered. Revenge? Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. He said, speaking of revenge, have you forgotten what you did? Of course not. But without the stimulation, would you have grown to this stage today? Jiang Tianjin smiled sinisterly. Indeed not. Yi Xian shook his head. If not for Jiang Tianjin's stimulation, he would not have improved so quickly. Jiang Tianjin was the one who forced him to do so. What a coincidence. Let's settle our grudges today. Jiang Tianjin slowly walked down with the mid-rank ethereal divine weapon that Yi Xian gave him. That's what I was thinking. Yi Xian took out the wind dragon slash. He held the wind dragon slash in his left hand and the 8 desolate sword in his right hand. This time, his opponent was a 3rd stage Great Emperor. Even if Jiang Tianjin was weaker than an ordinary 3rd stage Great Emperor, he was still stronger than a 2nd stage Great Emperor. Chapter 7:13. You'd better not show mercy. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death, Jiang Tianjin reminded him. I won't be the one to die. Yi Xian shook his head. Both of them were very confident. Jiang Tianjin was 2 realms above Yi Xian, so he was confident in defeating Yi Xian. Yi Xian was the same. The 2 of them were silent for a few seconds, then moved at the same time. Dual space. Great Emperor intent. Yi Xian immediately used his special skill. After all, this was what he relied on to make a living. Fire clone. Jiang Tianjin also quickly condensed a fire clone made of inextinguishable flames behind Yi Xian, then attacked from both sides. Swish, swish. 2 sword lights brushed past Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's speed immediately exploded. Killing you won't be able to relieve my hatred. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. You're really hard to deal with. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly and quickly covered the surroundings with inextinguishable flames to block Yi Xian's attack. Don't forget, his attribute countered Yi Xian's. Bam, bam, bam. Jiang Tianjin defeated the 36 overlapped images that combined the Great Emperor intent and 64 layers of the Earth Pulse. However, Jiang Tianjin's original body was restricted by the dual space, his speed reduced by 40%. In a battle between experts, the gap between them could be seen in just 1 round. Yi Xian had both restrictions and attacks, while Jiang Tianjin only had powerful attacks. The weapon in his hand was also trash. Apart from the suppression of realms, he had no advantage at all. Rumble. After the first round, a loud sound suddenly came from outside. Both of them couldn't help but be startled. Seems like an accident happened. Let's deal with Jiang Tianjin first. Yi Xian thought about it and discovered that another fire clone had appeared near him. 2 fire clones. No, 3 of them. Kid, I know you want revenge, but Jiang Tianjin, would rather die than let you do it. So let's die together. Ever since Yi Xian had broken through to the Nihility God stage, Great Emperor stage, he knew that he would die at the hands of Yi Xian. Therefore, he was prepared to perish together with Yi Xian. Before Jiang Tianjin finished speaking, Yi Xian had already sensed the auras of the 3 flame clones growing stronger. He had seen this move before. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Tianjin's raging flames incinerate the heavens at the same time. Dual space. The will of the Great Emperor. 36 overlapping shadows. Yi Xian was multitasking, preparing to destroy all 3 fire avatars. However, the difference between his Great Emperor will and Jiang Tianjin's was too great. He couldn't destroy the 2nd fire clone, and even the 1st fire clone didn't explode from the pressure of the dual space. He only managed to destroy the 3rd fire clone. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful energy swept out from within the cave. The raging flames incinerate the heavens, combined with the Great Emperor will was extremely powerful. With 3 stacked together, even a 4th stage Great Emperor would fall, not to mention these stone walls that were only used to support the sand. When the 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens were stacked together, the explosion could reach tens of thousands of meters, blowing up half of the bandits' lair. Hundreds of bandits were blown up, leaving nothing behind. The entire underground had become a vacuum, and the sand above had also been blown away. Not long after, the quicksand at the top surged in one after another. The mangrove tree and the fruit were also burned to a crisp by the inextinguishable flames. Jiang Tianjin had also disappeared without a trace. Cough, cough. Yi Xian, who was hit by the 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens, did not die on the spot. This was because he had merged the Great Emperor will into the 64 layers of pulsating guard and the dual space. While defending, he used the repulsive and wind forces to resist the attacks. Even so, he was still on the verge of death. This attack was even more powerful than the death sandstorm from before. Damn Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian quickly sat up, allowing the bloodline of the divine tree of life to heal his injuries. Then, he prepared to chase after Jiang Tianjin. After using the raging flames incinerate the heavens 3 times, Jiang Tianjin's true qi had most likely been depleted. At this moment, Yi Xian was very regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have plucked all the fruits on the mangrove tree. If he had broken through to the 2nd stage Great Emperor realm, the 3rd stage Great Emperor Jiang Tianjin would not be worth mentioning in front of him. Unfortunately, he had been careless. He felt that killing Jiang Tianjin in one blow was not enough to vent his hatred. That was why Jiang Tianjin had succeeded. It's about time. You want to run? Can you outrun me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to use earth, shrinking to chase after Jiang Tianjin, a figure suddenly flew out from behind him. Who is it? Yi Xian turned around and saw a man in battle armor. In the next moment, he felt that he could not move. Great Emperor Will. Even Jiang Tianjin could not use his Great Emperor will to suppress Yi Xian, but this man in battle armor could. This meant that he was at least a 4th stage Great Emperor. This was because even Wu Shang could not use his Great Emperor will to suppress him. 4th stage Great Emperor? Why is there a 4th stage Great Emperor here? Yi Xian was shocked. He suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Brat, did you cause this commotion? The man in battle armor asked with narrowed eyes. No, Yi Xian subconsciously replied. Even if it's not you, it has something to do with you. How dare you destroy the red flame tree? You made me come here for nothing. The man in battle armor was somewhat angry. Coming here for nothing? This allowed Yi Xian to guess that this man in battle armor was not a desert bandit. Could it be that he's here to buy slaves? This thought suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was very popular with slaves. Slaves who were caught would have a special method to carve the word "new" on their face. Even if the word was cut off and healed with medicine, the word would still be there. Forever a slave. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. If he was going to be a slave, he might as well be killed. Humph, seeing that your talent is not bad, you might have some background. However, I like people with backgrounds like yours. The man in battle armor snorted coldly. He then threw a pair of shackles at Yi Xian. The shackles suddenly opened in midair and flew towards Yi Xian's feet. Seeing this, Yi Xian was scared half to death. These shackles were the thing that restricted his true qi and profound. However, he was currently immobilized by the Great Emperor Will. How could he dodge? Damn it, keep! Yi Xian cursed and kept the 8 desolate sword into the devouring space. He knew that if he was caught, his spatial ring would be taken away. The man in battle armor did not pay much attention to Yi Xian's actions. He directly controlled the shackles and locked them on Yi Xian's feet. This time, Yi Xian was in trouble. Damn it, I really can't use my true qi profound, and Great Emperor Will. Looking at the shackles on his feet, Yi Xian wanted to cry, but had no tears. He never thought that he would be caught. If he had known, he would have left immediately. Chapter 7:14. Yi Xian prayed in his heart. He wasn't praying for a miracle, but for the bloodline of the sacred tree of life to erase the word slave. Otherwise, how could he face his family and friends? The armored man withdrew his great emperor's will when he saw that his legs were shackled. Then a middle-aged bandit rushed to the armored man's side. Lord Joe, this... The middle-aged bandit was at a loss for words. You can't take out the red blaze fruits that I ordered. Tell me, what should I do? The armored man asked coldly. Gulp. The middle-aged bandit swallowed his saliva and said, Lord Joe, this is none of our business. I don't care. You can't take out the red blaze fruits that I asked for. Do you want me to come here for nothing? The armored man's tone was threatening. The middle-aged bandit quickly changed his mind and said, Lord Joe, it's my fault. How about this? I'll give all the captives that I've captured recently to you and give you some treasures. I won't let you come here for nothing. What do you think? Humph, that's more like it. The armored man nodded slightly and looked at Yi Xian, saying, I'm the one who captured this brat. Bring him to me too. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged bandit quickly nodded. Then he quickly rushed over and picked up Yi Xian like a chick and brought him away. Damn it, this is troublesome. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The middle-aged bandit should be a third-stage great emperor in the Desert Bandit group, but he called the armored man Lord. It seemed that the armored man was from the Sunflame sacred dynasty. Yi Xian was brought to a large open space by the middle-aged bandit. There were already many people waiting for Yi Xian. Little brother, why are you caught too? Sai, I've dragged you into this. These people were the ones that Yi Xian had saved, but they were caught again. Yi Xian glanced around and saw that half of the people were gone. The 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace were also gone. A total of 18 people. The middle-aged bandit grinned and took off Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Then he handed another one to the armored man. The man in armor took the universe ring and glanced at it. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although I didn't get the red blaze fruit, I didn't waste my trip. He did not notice that the Bahuang sword he had seen earlier was not in Yi Xian's interspatial ring. This was because virtual divine weapons were not valuable. Only they could use virtual divine weapons that others had nurtured for decades. Thank you for your understanding. Master Jill. The middle-aged bandit immediately smiled. All right, all of you follow me. If you dare to run, don't blame me for being merciless, said the armored man as he climbed up a flight of stairs. Even though he was a 4th-order great emperor, he still couldn't fly in the desert of death. Yi Xian and the others followed behind him in an orderly manner. The 18 of them were all shackled. Any desert bandit could kill all of them. There was no way to escape, so they could only accept their fate. Soon, they left the bandit lair. Master, where are we being taken to? Someone asked when they returned to the ground. They knew they were going to be taken, so they had to know where they were going to be taken to. And the armored man shook his head. No, your faces won't be engraved with the word slave. I'm not treating you as slaves. We're not slaves. The 18 of them, including Yi Xian, couldn't help but light up when they heard this. You're not slaves. As for where it is, you'll know when you get there. The armored man suddenly smiled and said, Next, I'll release your shackles. All of you combined won't be a match for me, so know your limits. In order to speed up the journey, the armored man released the shackles on Yi Xian and the others and walked in front. Among the 18 of them, the strongest was a 2nd-order great emperor. However, such a cultivation realm was only a matter of thought in front of the armored man. Although Yi Xian wanted to use earth shrinking to escape, the armored man was right behind him. If he made any sudden movements, the armored man would instantly use his great emperor will to stop him. Therefore, The 18 of them could only follow the armored man's direction. Originally, a few of them wanted to commit suicide, but when they heard the armored man say that he wouldn't treat them as slaves, they gave up on the idea. Perhaps things would take a turn for the better. The 18 of them ran for 3 days under the armored man's supervision. This time, the journey was calm and peaceful. They didn't encounter any trouble. When they were about to leave the desert of death, the armored man called out to them and put the shackles on their legs again. Yi Xian was disheartened. If he was a second-order great emperor, he would definitely fight to the death with the armored man. However, he hadn't broken through yet. In these 3 days, he cursed Jiang Tianjin countless times in his mind. He also prayed that Wu Shang would appear and join forces with him to fight the armored man. However, Wu Shang didn't appear. It was said that he was heavily injured. Let's wait and see. I don't believe that I won't have a chance to escape. Yi Xian put the shackles on his legs again and followed the armored man out of the desert of death. The desert of death was in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. As it was a dangerous place, there weren't any cities around it. Fortunately, the armored man had a rock that was comparable to an empty god realm great emperor. After Yi Xian and the others sat on the rock, they flew for another 3 days and landed in front of a valley. "Lord Zhou, why are you here?" When the great Peng landed, a man wearing battle armor walked over. "Lord Chen, I'm sending some people to the heavenly prison this time," Lord Zhou said. "Haha, I see." Lord Chen smiled and glanced at Yi Xian and the others. He said, "You should be slaves, but Lord Zhou is generous and sent you to the heavenly prison. Do you know where the heavenly prison is?" The heavenly prison. When this word entered Yi Xian's ears, he was completely confused. However, the others knew where the heavenly prison was. "Isn't this the place where the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty imprisons key criminals?" Someone blurted out. "That's right. Those notorious criminals are imprisoned in the heavenly prison. However, the heavenly prison doesn't restrict your freedom completely. When you enter the heavenly prison, you can move freely in the heavenly prison. You can even kill people." Lord Chen nodded and threw some Qiankuan rings to Yi Xian and the others. At the same time, he unshackled them. Chapter 7:15. Yi Xian had already removed the restraints, but he could sense a few powerful auras. They were all at least 4th-rank great emperors, so he did not dare to act rashly. He followed Lord Chen's instructions and checked his Qiankuan ring. There was only one medium-grade void god weapon and a Qi observation manual. The heavenly prison was built by the supreme almighties of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty. It's located in a secret realm. When you enter later, a red light will form above your head. As long as you kill the experts of the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty, you can plunder their light, Lord Chen explained. "What's the use of this light?" Someone asked. "Light won't be of much use to you, but it can make the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty more prosperous. There are some places in the heavenly prison where you can exchange your light for some things, such as high-grade void god weapons, martial arts, and various cultivation resources. You can even exchange the twin fruits," Lord Chen explained. When Yi Xian heard the words twin fruits, his entire body trembled violently. Twin fruits? The twin fruits that can condense the second void god spirit. Oh my god, this item is nurtured by the heavens and earth. It's extremely rare. I didn't expect that it can be exchanged with light. You're too naive. The twin fruits are such a precious treasure. You'll need a large amount of light to exchange for it. Lord Chen smiled and said, "That's right. The twin fruits are extremely rare. I don't think you can exchange for it. As soon as you enter the heavenly prison, your light will be red. Red is the lowest type of light. As long as you keep killing the people of the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty, you can plunder a portion of their light to strengthen the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's light. This will ensure that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty will never decline. Each generation will be stronger than the last. Simply put, it was using a large number of people's light to add to the country's light, allowing the country to prosper. It seems like there are many people in the heavenly prison, someone mumbled. Yes, other than you, there are many people who are willing to enter the heavenly prison. As long as one of you can condense a green light, you can exchange for your freedom and leave the heavenly prison. Lord Chen nodded. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Green light was a level 5 light. How many people present could condense it? Ha! Don't think that you can't. There are 3 overlords in our Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. When he entered the heavenly prison, he was only a first emperor. Lord Chen said with a smile, "That's all I have to say. You can choose not to enter, but the consequence is that I will kill you on the spot. I have already given you the aura gazing art. This martial art allows you to see other people's luck. It is very easy to cultivate." After he finished speaking, he directly brought Yi Xian and the others to a stone wall. There was a metal door at the bottom of the stone wall. Master Chen walked over and used a special method to open the metal door. Behind the metal door, there was only the entrance to the mysterious realm and nothing else. Lord Sacred to Heaven and Lord Sacred Sacred Realm. Lord Chen said, "Let me remind you one more thing. If you kill people with the same or lower light, you will get less light. When you enter, you will have red light. The greater the difference between your light and the enemy's, the more light you will get. Also, you will not be able to get the light of the same faction. If the Sunflame Sacred Army finds you fighting with the same faction, you will be killed on the spot." Yi Xian and the others paused for a moment. They remembered Lord Chen's words. Right now, Yi Xian was already prepared to enter the heavenly prison, who told him to accidentally get caught. Although the earth-shrinking profound meaning was powerful, there were many hidden experts aside from Lord Zhou and Lord Chun. If he acted rashly, he would be killed on the spot. Damn Jiang Tianjin. If I see you, I will skin you alive. Yi Xian cursed Jiang Tianjin in his heart. However, he admitted that he was careless. He did not expect Jiang Tianjin to be able to condense 3 fire clones. The fire element was the strongest. It was said that some experts could condense more than 10 fire clones. It was very difficult to deal with. However, he had to get through the heavenly prison first. "I need a twin fruit. I didn't expect it to be available here. This time, I must condense my clone." Yi Xian said in his heart. He then walked into the secret realm's entrance. In the next moment, he appeared in a valley. "Newcomers, let's go. The great Yuan army often comes to rob the entrance." Before Yi Xian could size up his surroundings, a voice sounded out. The 18 of them turned around and saw a hole appear in the valley. A man came out of it. "Sir, can you tell us something about the heavenly prison?" A second-stage great emperor asked. "There is nothing to say. Although we belong to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, we occasionally kill and steal. It's fine as long as we don't run into the Sunflame Sacred Army. I think all of you were captured and brought here. Otherwise, I would have killed all of you long ago." After the man finished speaking, he went back into the cave. Yi Xian and the others were captured. Therefore, they only had 1 medium-grade void god weapon in their interspatial ring. This man did not need to take the risk of being hunted down by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty to kill Yi Xian and the others. Now, Yi Xian had entered the heavenly prison. This place was full of danger. Therefore, he did not hesitate and used Earth Shrink to enter the ground. "Little brother, let's work together." The second-stage Great Emperor turned around and found that Yi Xian had disappeared. This kind of means was not something they could compare to. Even if Yi Xian was here, he would not work together with these people. What a joke! The weakest of these people was only an 8th grade king. The strongest was only a 2nd grade great emperor. He would not be a saint and protect these people. I still have the 8 desolate sword in my hand. If I can break through again, I will be able to fight against a 3rd grade great emperor. Yi Xian hid 500 meters underground. The man said that they could not fly more than 1,000 meters above ground. It seemed that there were some hidden dangers in the heavenly prison. However, this was good. His main attribute was earth. As long as he did not fly too high, he was confident that he could knock his opponent to the ground. The ground was his home ground. Let me see the Qi observation technique. First, Yi Xian took out the Qi observation technique from his interspatial ring and spent some Devourer crystals to learn it. Ding! Host has learned the Qi observation technique. Chapter 716. After learning the aura gazing technique, Yi Xian went back the way he came and glanced at the 17 people behind him. He used the aura gazing technique to check on them and found that they all had red clouds above their heads, which meant that they all had red luck. As for Yi Xian himself, when he raised his head, he could see that his luck was also red. I can't steal luck by killing people from the same camp. I can only do that by killing people from the Great Yuan sacred dynasty. The greater the difference in luck, the more luck I can steal. If I want to leave the heavenly prison, I have to hand in at least blue luck. I wonder how much luck I need to exchange for the twin fruits. Yi Xian thought about it and left. He was not familiar with the heavenly prison, so he had to understand it first. Lord Chen said that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's camp in the heavenly prison has 3 leaders and the Sunflame Army. It seems that there are cities in the heavenly prison. However, even though this is the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, there are still cases of killing and stealing. Yi Xian reminded himself. Then he rose to the ground and started running. He only had red luck and was a 1st stage great emperor, so people from the same camp usually wouldn't take the risk to kill him. Someone's here? After running for 10 minutes, he saw a few people from the same camp. He had mastered the aura gazing technique and could tell if the luck belonged to the same camp or the Great Yuan sacred dynasty. In front of him was a white-haired old man roasting meat in front of a bonfire. "Young man, you just arrived?" The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian glanced at the red cloud above the white-haired old man and said, "Senior, can you tell me the direction of the nearest city?" The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Sit down and have a drink with me." "I'm sorry, Senior. I'm in a hurry. Please tell me, Senior." Yi Xian refused. "Forget it. You can find it yourself." The white-haired old man turned the meat around. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since the first time he left Lianyan City to train, he had developed a habit of not trusting others easily. Although the white-haired old man's luck was red, he could hide his aura. Even Yi Xian couldn't see through him, so his strength was probably not to be underestimated. Just as Yi Xian was thinking, he suddenly felt a strong pressure that made him unable to move. "Young man, if I want to kill you, I can kill you." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian was about to cry his eyes out. Recently, his luck had been very bad. First, he was caught and thrown into the heavenly prison. Now he met another expert. Or not. Or maybe even the 5th stage great emperor. Or even the... All right. Yi Xian hurriedly replied. In the next moment, he felt the pressure on his body disappear, and he could move. "Sit down and have a drink." The white-haired old man smiled and took out a wine cup. He filled it to the brim. Yi Xian walked over and sat in front of the old man. He took the wine cup. This wine. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and drank it in one gulp. Special Devourer. Damn, what wine is this? 1 cup is more precious than the 2 red blaze fruits. Yi Xian was shocked. He also felt that his physique had changed. He became stronger. This is the flame dragon wine that this old man personally brewed. It can strengthen the physique. However, this old man drank too much. It has no effect on me now. The white-haired old man replied, "Many thanks, Senior." Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. He estimated that he could break through to the 2nd stage Great Emperor if he drank another 2 or 3 cups. "Don't thank me. This flame dragon wine is not for nothing. I want you to answer a question." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and said, "What is it?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. This was his first time meeting this white-haired old man. He didn't know what the old man would ask. Could it be something that happened outside the Heavens prison? The martial art you used just now is called Wind Strike, right? The white-haired old man said. This question stunned Yi Xian. However, it seemed that many people recognized this martial art. Hence, he didn't hide it and nodded. "All right, a cup of wine for a question. Little brother, do you still want a drink?" The white-haired old man poured another cup of flame dragon wine. "Drink." Yi Xian nodded immediately. What a joke. This was a free gift. He could break through to the 2nd stage Great Emperor after a few more cups. He took the cup and swallowed the flame dragon wine. "Second question, where did you learn Wind Strike?" The white-haired old man asked. "Zephyr Thunder Palace." Yi Xian answered subconsciously. He had already searched the Zephyr Thunder Palace once. There was nothing there. Furthermore, he was imprisoned in the Heavens prison and had his yin and yang ring taken away. Hence, the white-haired old man was only after his martial art. Is it the Zephyr Thunder Palace in the chaotic astral ocean? The white-haired old man handed over another cup of flame dragon wine. Yi Xian was stunned. Only he and Guan Yulan knew about this. Why did this white-haired old man know about it too? That's right. Yi Xian nodded and finished the flame dragon wine. He only needed 1 more cup to break through to the 2nd stage Great Emperor realm. Then, other than those things, do you have anything else? For example, a corpse and a key? The white-haired old man poured another cup of flame dragon wine and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian trembled and said in shock, "A corpse and a key?" The white-haired old man looked into his eyes and sighed. "Even the Zephyr Thunder Palace doesn't have anything." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and drank the cup of flame dragon wine on the spot. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 2nd stage Great Emperor. The system notification sounded. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered and said in surprise, "Kid, you're amazing. The flame dragon wine can strengthen one's physique. You actually broke through after drinking 4 cups." Senior's eyes are really sharp. Yi Xian quickly flattered and asked, "Senior, in the Zephyr Thunder Palace, I also obtained the Wind Dragon Slash and the Profundity Seed, but I didn't see any key." This key is, the Zephyr Thunder Emperor was famous in the Sun Flame, Holy Dynasty 1,000 years ago. He plundered a lot of wealth with his martial skills and profundities before disappearing. Among the wealth he plundered, there was a key that could open a ruin. Before he died, he spread the news that he had built many Zephyr Thunder Palaces, and one of them stored his corpse and the key to the ruin. The white-haired old man replied, "Ruin key? Corpse?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Indeed, he didn't find the Zephyr Thunder Emperor's corpse in the lightning forbidden land, nor did he find any key. Chapter 717. Senior, since you know where the Zephyr Thunder Palace is, why? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Why don't you take it away? It's simple. Empty God realm emperors can't enter the Thunder Island. If a grade 9 king enters, he will be struck to death by the riot astral lightning. There are many traps set by the Zephyr Thunder Emperor. Other than the riot astral lightning, there are many other dangers. If the strength of the person who enters exceeds the range set by the Zephyr Thunder Emperor, the Zephyr Thunder Palace will be destroyed. You're lucky to be able to obtain his inheritance. The white-haired elder explained. After Yi Xian heard this, he was also shocked. He didn't feel any danger other than the riot astral lightning. Now that the white-haired elder mentioned it, he shuddered. Even the place where he obtained his inheritance doesn't have his corpse. Where would his corpse be? The elder mumbled. He thought that the key to the ruin would be beside the Zephyr Thunder Emperor's corpse. How many Zephyr Thunder Palaces have been found? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The Zephyr Thunder Emperor gave out a total of 6 locations of the Zephyr Thunder Palaces. 3 of them are kept secret. Even so, after so many years of searching, only one of the 3 secret Zephyr Thunder Palaces has not been found. Those who found the Zephyr Thunder Palace obtained great wealth and soared to the sky. The value of the inheritance that you obtained is only second to the key. It's a pity that you were caught in the heavens prison. The white-haired elder shook his head helplessly. He thought that Yi Xian's wind, dragon slash, and lightning inheritance were taken advantage of by others. In the empty god realm, everyone fought with ultimacy. It was the same for the empty god realm emperors. Moreover, it wasn't easy to comprehend ultimacy. Even an empty god realm emperor might not be able to comprehend all the ultimacies. Therefore, the Zephyr Thunder inheritance that Yi Xian and Guan Yulan obtained was ranked second in terms of value. All right, I've asked around. You don't have what I want. Farewell. The white-haired elder suddenly stood up and said, I'll give you this bottle of flame dragon wine. This is also a map of the heavens prison. Yi Xian took a look at the map and stored it in the devouring system. When he was about to thank the white-haired elder, he found that the elder was already gone. Disappeared? Yi Xian looked around, but didn't find the white-haired old man. This person's strength had probably far exceeded his expectations. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even know the elder's name. Not only did he give him a flame dragon wine, and tell him a secret. Yi Xian glanced at the map, then quickly left. Within an hour was thunder, was be Thunder Gold Emperor? Go by. When Yi Xian entered the city, he took out a strange crystal that could detect the amount of luck he had. Regrettably, his red providence value was only 1, which was pitifully low. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Purple luck was at least 1,000,000. That meant that he would need at least 10,000 luck to leave the heavens prison. The twin life fruit was not available in Gale City. He had to go to the main cities under the 3 great leaders. The price was so high that Yi Xian was disappointed. After that, Yi Xian left Gale City. In any case, he had nothing to do in the city. Gale City is at the border between the 2 camps. The fastest way to get luck is to kill my way to the great Yuan sacred dynasty. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and started to move. If he wanted to improve quickly, he had to kill. Although it was dangerous, he could improve quickly. Yi Xian spent an entire day using earth shrinking to cross the border of the camp and enter the territory of the great Yuan sacred dynasty. The map given by the elder shows the distribution of the cities in the great Yuan sacred dynasty's territory. This is it. Yi Xian immediately chose a city that was close to him. His plan was to wait beside the city, then follow the people who left the city and kill them. Soon he saw Iching City. There were only 6 main cities in the Heavens Prison. The 2 camps each had 6 main cities. Most of the experts were in these main cities. As for the other cities, they were mostly low to mid-level great emperors. Yi Xian was tens of thousands of meters away from Iching City. Looking from afar, he saw some people leaving the city. Then, he followed them according to their speed. 3 second-stage great emperors? I'll take you guys. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly entered the ground. The earth shrinking profound was very useful. As long as his cultivation level was not too far apart, he could retreat even if he could not win. Yi Xian calculated the time. When the 3 second-stage great emperors flew over his head, he suddenly attacked. Dual space. Great Emperor intent. Yi Xian immediately attacked. First, he used the dual space to suppress one of them. Then, he slashed out 36 overlapping shadows. Sila, one of the second-stage great emperors, was ambushed and died instantly. Of the remaining 2, one of them was suppressed by Yi Xian's dual space. He could not even turn around. The other one had just reacted when Yi Xian slashed him to death. No, the person who was suppressed by the dual space cried out in shock. He knew that his 2 companions were dead. However, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest as he quickly killed him. The 3 second-stage great emperors fell, and their yin and yang rings flew to Yi Xian. At the same time, the 3 orange-colored providence clouds above their heads separated and flew to Yi Xian. Then, the 3 orange-colored providence clouds collapsed. The Heavens Prison was built in a secret realm. This secret realm was very special. Whenever Yi Xian killed someone, his providence points would automatically be added to him. All 3 of them had orange-colored providence, but only 10 points were added to me. That's too little. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and quickly burrowed into the ground. The greater the difference in providence, the more providence one would obtain after killing someone. Yi Xian's providence was not much different from the 3 of them. Hence, he did not steal much from them. He only managed to raise his providence to orange-colored. Providence could be used to buy things in the city. Hence, many people would exchange their providence points for natural treasures to increase their strength. Of course, if one wanted things like the twin fruits, they would have to stack their providence points. This was because the shops in the Sunflame's sacred dynasty did not allow bartering. Only providence points were allowed. Moreover, only the officials of the Sunflame's sacred dynasty had the ability to split their providence points. Although the 3 of them did not have much providence points, they still had a lot of things in their rings. If the 3 second-stage great emperors joined forces, they could even fight against a 3rd-stage great emperor. Chapter 7:18. There were often people like Yi Xian in the heavenly prison, but out of 100 nihility gods, there were probably only 5 of them with the earth and wood attributes. As for the 100 earth attribute nihility gods, perhaps not even one of them had comprehended the earth shrinking technique. Therefore, Yi Xian had a huge advantage in doing this. In less than a few minutes, Yi Xian annihilated another team. 2 stage 2 great emperors, and 1 stage 1 great emperor. His cultivation base had improved once again. At this rate, I might be able to break through to stage 3 great emperor today. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. His current strength was comparable to Wu Shang's. If he reached the 3rd order great emperor realm, even Lord Zhou and Lord Chen would die in his hands. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding outside Iching City. This speed, a stage for great emperor? Yi Xian hid behind a mound of dirt that he had built, only revealing his eyes. He saw that after a figure left the city, that figure was rapidly flying toward him. This person's speed was very fast, even faster than Wu Shang's. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that this person was a stage for great emperor. He should have the ability to fight against a stage for Great Emperor, but this was the enemy's territory. If he did not kill this person quickly, he would definitely attract the attention of others. Just as he was about to burrow into the ground and hide, he suddenly realized that this person was not a stage for Great Emperor. I see. It's a stage 3 Great Emperor who has comprehended the underground movement technique. When he came to his senses, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Since this person was not a stage for Great Emperor, he was confident that he could kill this person. He quickly burrowed into the ground and started counting the time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough for the stage 3 Great Emperor to pass by him. Then he circled around to the side and flew out. A few thousand meters away, the stage 3 Great Emperor sensed something and turned around. He saw Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already swung his sword. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword Annihilation, Samsara. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword chi that instantly killed the 3rd Order Great Emperor. However, the sword chi suddenly turned back, slicing the 3rd Order Great Emperor in 2. Sword Annihilation Samsara was an extremely powerful martial art. The power of that strike was even stronger than sword cleaving 8 desolations. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian could control this sword chi to continue attacking others, just like the deadly wind formation. Similarly, this move drained Yi Xian of his Xinqi. At the same time, controlling this sword chi required a large amount of Xinqi. If Yi Xian did not have the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, he would only be able to control it for a second at most. This move is very good for a sneak attack. Yi Xian was very satisfied. The Sword Annihilation, Samsara, would be controlled by Yi Xian. When the opponent thought that they had dodged, the Sword Annihilation Samsara would suddenly turn back and kill them. The 8 Desolations Great Emperor, who could create this martial art, was definitely a super genius. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the other party's universe ring. This stage 3 Great Emperor's luck was yellow. It increased Yi Xian's luck by more than 50 points. It was very good. Another 2 or 3 stage 3 Great Emperors, and I should be able to break through to stage 3 Great Emperor. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to Yiqing City. There were many experts in Yiqing City. While Yi Xian was waiting, he saw several stage for Great Emperors leaving. After all, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty were not small factions. The Heavenly Prison seemed to have been formed for hundreds of years. Who knew how many experts had gathered inside? Yi Xian waited outside Yiqing City for half a day. After killing a few groups of experts, he finally broke through to stage 3 Great Emperor. At the same time, his luck was yellow. It had reached 120 points. Now that my luck is yellow, I can't take the red and orange luck. Sigh, it seems that it's not that easy to exchange for a twin fruit. Yi Xian was helpless. High-level luck could not be taken from those with low-level luck. If he wanted to leave the Heavenly Prison, he would need at least green luck. He would have to kill his way up layer by layer. Otherwise, he would have to rely on numbers. Even if Yi Xian's strength had increased, those of the same level as him could exchange all their luck and only have red luck left. Then they would go and rob others. That way, they would be able to obtain more. Suddenly, a group of black figures swept towards Yiqing City. Although it was night, Yi Xian cultivated the aura observation technique. It was hard for him not to notice that group of people. It's my Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's people. There are so many of them. Are they going to attack the city? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was in trouble. There were more than 50 people in the group. Most of them had orange and yellow luck above their heads. There were also a few who had green luck. It seemed that they were really going to attack the city. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Yiqing City had activated the Great Defensive Array. At the same time, a large number of Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts swept out. In fact, the Great Defensive Array had always been in place. It was to prevent people from the enemy camp from killing their way in and destroying the shops. Even a Stage 9 Great Emperor would not be able to destroy the Great Defensive Array. Hence, the city was very safe. However, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts had already arrived. Hence, a large number of experts immediately gathered in Yiqing City, ready to fight. Soon, dozens of experts rushed out of Yiqing City. Kill! The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts did not waste any time and rushed over. What a big scene! This is a good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he quickly joined the battle. In such a large-scale battle, he definitely could not rush into the crowd. This was because a large amount of Great Emperor's intent would press down on him. It was very dangerous. 8 Desolation Sword Art, Sword Annihilation Reincarnation. Yi Xian quickly slashed out and broke the 8 Desolation Sword. A powerful sword chi and 8 sharp blades swept into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, many people were killed. The Heavenly Prison Secret Realm judged that Yi Xian had dealt a fatal blow to these people. Hence, these people's luck all gathered above Yi Xian's head. At the same time, Yi Xian's body was not idle. 36 overlapping shadows, 64 layers of earth pulse. Fierce attacks swept out and killed the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts. Then, Yi Xian used the dual space to plunder the Qiankuan Ring. In such a large-scale battle, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They all had their eyes on the corpses. "How dare you come and try to rob me?" Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly slashed out with his sword, killing a person who wanted to rob his Qiankuan Ring. Moreover, the person he killed was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's camp. Chapter 719. In the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, one would be killed by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army. However, Yi Xian wasn't stepping on the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, but the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. There wouldn't be any Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army here, nor would there be any Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army. Hence, there wouldn't be a problem in killing his own people. Although this group of people was here to attack the city, many of them had devious thoughts. They would suddenly kill their own people and escape. After killing a person who overestimated himself, the surrounding people didn't dare to provoke Yi Xian anymore. They felt that Yi Xian wasn't a persimmon that was easy to bully. At the same time, Yi Xian was targeted by a 4th stage Great Emperor. "Brat, you're courting death." When the 4th stage Great Emperor saw that Yi Xian had collected a lot of yin and yang rings, he immediately charged towards Yi Xian. "You dare to find trouble with me? You've got guts. Go." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he controlled the Sword of Reincarnation and the 8 sharp blades to attack the 4th stage Great Emperor. Humph, petty tricks. The 4th stage Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian and deflected the 8 sharp blades. However, at this time, 2 forces suddenly appeared on his body, restricting his movements. What? The 4th stage Great Emperor's eyes widened as he forcefully used his Emperor's will. However, his speed was greatly reduced, and he could only move at 40% of his peak. Xiao! The Sword of Reincarnation swept past his head and sliced off the top of his head. Overestimating yourself. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he kept the 4th stage Great Emperor's yin and yang rings. His strength increased once again. When he entered the battle just now, he took a look and saw that the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had 5 fourth-stage great emperors. Now that one was dead, there were only 4 left. Killing 10 third-stage great emperors was better than killing 1 fourth-stage great emperor. Hence, Yi Xian charged towards one of the 4th-stage great emperors. At this time, the 4th-stage great emperor was fighting with the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts. When the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's expert saw Yi Xian charging over, he immediately barked, "Scram! What arrogance! I'll kill you first!" Yi Xian was infuriated. He directly reformed the Bahuang sword and used his recovered true energy to slash out. Sword of Reincarnation. Just now, after the sword annihilation, Samsara killed several people. It was disintegrated by Yi Xian himself. To kill a 1st or 2nd stage great emperor, he only needed to use ordinary 36 overlapping images. After all, controlling the sword annihilation, Samsara consumed too much energy. See, this sword annihilation, Samsara directly killed the expert of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, who told Yi Xian to scram. What? His opponent was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Xian to instantly kill a 4th-order great emperor. Estes reincarnation tesses. Him reincarnations, reincarnation great, reincarnation. S reincarnation as reincarnation. CT. The 4th-stage great emperor was killed by Yi Xian. Sword's reincarnation collapsed. Yi Xian kept the 2 Qian Kuan rings. He turned around and saw that there were only slightly more than 20 people left on the battlefield. Only slightly more than 20 people were left. It was obvious that the battle was intense. At that moment, those people that had obtained benefits all dispersed in a hubbub and turned around to leave. Don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian targeted a 4th-stage great emperor from the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty and chased after him. The 4th-stage great emperor noticed Yi Xian. He had seen how Yi Xian killed 2 4th-stage great emperors. He jumped in fright and quickly ran while attacking. However, he had only raised his hand halfway when his speed dropped drastically. Then, a ferocious slash came at him. Pung, pung, pung. The middle-grade void god weapon in the 4th-stage great emperor's hand vibrated hundreds of times. Kacha! The middle-grade void god weapon shattered, and the 4th-stage great emperor was sent flying. He was terrified. A middle-grade void god weapon was extremely tough. It was not something that an ordinary person could break. However, Yi Xian did it. At this time, his right hand that was holding the sword had been shattered by the Earth Pulse 64 layers. He could not feel anything. Die! Yi Xian slashed a few more times and killed him instantly. When his head flew up, Yi Xian had already taken his Qian Kuan ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 4th-stage great emperor. The melodious system notification sounded out once more as Yi Xian's cultivation broke through once more. At the same time, his luck had also increased. However, at this time, how dare you act so presumptuously in the territory of the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty? You are courting death. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in armor charging towards him. This is the Deyuan army? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Deyuan army was composed of at least 6-stage great emperors. They were constantly roaming in the territory of the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty. If they saw someone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty killing someone from the same camp, they would immediately attack. Unfortunately, this Deyuan army soldier was heading straight for Yi Xian. Green luck. Yi Xian fought for a while. In the end, he decided to retreat. After all, there might be other Deyuan army experts around. If he was surrounded, he would be in trouble. At this moment, he turned around and left quickly. He did not chase after the others. One had to know how to be content with what one had. Only then could one live a long life. Although he might have the ability to fight against this Deyuan army expert, he still had to be careful. He would wait until he had exchanged for the twin fruits. Don't even think about leaving. The sixth stage Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian. A wave of Great Emperor's intent pressed down on him. Yi Xian activated the pulsating guard's 64 layers that had merged with the Great Emperor's intent. Even so, his speed was reduced by 20%. However, he still had the dual space that he had yet to use. When the sixth stage Great Emperor reacted, his speed had also decreased by 20%. Now, both of their speeds were equal. This place is not far from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. I'll lure him over and kill him along with the others. Yi Xian made a plan in his heart. Whether it was the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty or the Deyuan army, they were the official armies of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty. Their strength and wealth were not something ordinary people could compare to. Therefore, Yi Xian did not use the earth-shrinking technique to leave. Bastard, don't go! The Deyuan army soldier, who was chasing after Yi Xian, kept roaring. Tisk, if I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Yi Xian was filled with disdain. If he wanted to leave, he would have used the earth-shrinking technique to escape. One was chasing while the other was escaping. Their speeds were extremely fast. The Deyuan army soldier knew that Yi Xian wanted to escape back to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, his speed could not catch up to Yi Xian. Moreover, he did not want to give up. After a while, I will enter the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. I hope a fifth or sixth stage Great Emperor can help me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course, even if there was no one, as long as he entered the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, Yi Xian would counterattack. Chapter 720. Yi Xian was confident that he could kill this sixth stage Great Emperor by himself. After all, they had been running for quite some time. His opponent's true chi and Great Emperor intent had been depleted while he was still in peak condition. At this moment, the sixth stage Great Emperor was in a dilemma. Should he chase after Yi Xian? However, he recalled that he had been chasing for quite some time. Yi Xian was fast, but his true chi and Great Emperor intent were much less than his. Therefore, he decided to charge in. Pa! Yi Xian stepped into the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. Now, he wasn't afraid of encountering the Great Yuan army. The probability of that happening was very small. Keep running for a while more, and I'll take your life. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and he continued running. The sixth stage Great Emperor from the Great Yuan army chased after him for a few minutes. However, he didn't dare to go any further. Forget it. Consider yourself lucky. He snorted in his heart. He stopped running and turned around. However, at this moment, 8 Desolation Sword, Sword of Annihilation. Yi Xian held the 8 Desolation Sword and slashed at the Great Yuan army soldier. The sword light flashed and appeared in front of the Great Yuan army soldier in an instant. However, he wasn't a pushover either. He quickly dodged the sword. 8 Desolation Sword, go! When the Great Yuan army soldier dodged the attack, Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation Sword. The 8 sharp blades flew towards the Great Yuan army soldier at various speeds. Humph! The Great Yuan warrior let out a cold snort. Then his body suddenly exploded. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. The sixth stage Great Emperor intent was infused into the raging flames incinerate the heavens. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. He blocked it with the 64-layered earth pulse. Back then, Jiang Tianjin had detonated 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens at the same time. Yi Xian didn't die from the explosion back then. Naturally, he wouldn't die this time. Raging flames incinerate the heavens consumes a lot of true qi. Let's see how much true qi you have left. Yi Xian thought as he flew backwards. This raging flames incinerate the heavens dispersed the sword of samsara. Not only that, but the 8 sharp blades were also sent flying. It had to be said that this person's battle awareness was very strong. He smelled danger, so he was very decisive. However, Yi Xian's vital energy was rapidly recovering. At the same time, Yi Xian heard a notification sound. Ding! Throbbing pulse of the world 64 layers has evolved into throbbing pulse of the world 128 layers. The throbbing pulse of the world had once again increased in power. Yi Xian had been hit by the heaven-burning, raging flames, and his arm had been set ablaze by the inextinguishable inferno, so he quickly cut it off. If he had comprehended the 128 layers of the Great Earth Pulse earlier, he could have withstood the raging flames incinerate the heavens and killed this 6th Order Great Emperor. Brat, die! Suddenly, this Daiyuan army master dashed out of the smoke and dust, hacking down at Yi Xian with his sword. You want to kill me with that move of yours? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and went up to him. Bang! The sword beam cleaved onto Yi Xian's 128 pulsating guard and instantly vibrated 100 times before dissipating. What? The Daiyuan army master was shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5th Order Great Emperor, but it had no effect on Yi Xian. Die! Sword shatters the stars. Uffed. Yi Xian stabbed his sword into the Daiyuan army master's body. In the next moment, he turned into an incomplete corpse. Initially, Yi Xian wanted to engage in guerrilla warfare, but he did not expect to suddenly comprehend the 128 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world. He did not know how much the throbbing pulse of the world needed to evolve into the disintegration profound. However, all in all, Yi Xian had profited greatly this time. The 128 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world had at least doubled his strength. However, just as he was about to put away the interspatial ring, a figure suddenly dashed towards him. One of us. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he quickly retreated, keeping a distance from the figure. The figure was a young man in his 30s. He had an ordinary appearance and wore black clothes. He glanced at Yi Xian, then dashed towards the corpse of the Daiyuan army master and took out a lantern. Little brother, do you still want this corpse? The young man in black asked. Want it? Yi Xian glanced at the corpse that had already shattered into countless pieces and shook his head. He did not understand what the young man in black meant. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The lantern in the young man's hand suddenly flashed. Immediately, a ray of white light flew out from the corpse of the Daiyuan army master and entered the lantern. This is the will of a great emperor. Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock. When an empty god, realm great emperor died, the great emperor's will would quickly dissipate. However, some people could preserve the great emperor's will. Jiang Tianjin had refined such a great emperor's will to break through to the 3rd Order Great Emperor realm. At this moment, the young man in black's method was to preserve the 6th Order Great Emperor's will of the Daiyuan army master. Many thanks, little brother. At this moment, the young man in black cracked a smile, and his eyes shone brightly. What kind of method is this? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Oh, the black-robed young man was slightly surprised. He said, It seems like little brother doesn't know about our Nether Spirit sect. Apart from ordinary cultivation, the Nether Spirit sect can also extract the great emperor's will that hasn't completely dissipated from a corpse and refine it. Ghost cult. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this faction. However, it was a good method to extract the great emperor's will that had yet to dissipate. Jiang Tianjin was a third-order great emperor. His great emperor's will was stronger than a second-order great emperor's will. However, if he continued to refine the great emperor's will, it would be faster than ordinary cultivation. It seems that little brother has not heard of it. Little brother, are you interested in joining my ghost cult? The young man in black saw that Yi Xian was strong and wanted to recruit him. Do you have any requirements? Yi Xian asked. No, just come. My ghost cult is in urgent need of geniuses like you. If you are willing to join, the Hall Master will definitely nurture you. The young man in black shook his head. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked again, What if I don't join? He felt that this ghost cult was a little strange. Perhaps it was a wanted organization. My ghost cult is indeed wanted by the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Therefore, if you don't agree, I will at least take away your great emperor's will. The young man in black's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Yi Xian considered for a moment and nodded in the end. All right, I will join. Great. You are now a fourth-order great emperor. Follow me to see the Hall Master. He can quickly raise your strength to sixth-order great emperor. The young man in black's eyes lit up. He felt that after he mentioned this benefit, Yi Xian would definitely not reject. It seems that the ghost cult is quite powerful. Chapter 721. Wait. The first condition for joining the ghost sect is to give me your interspatial ring, the young man in black said cautiously. What about the weapon? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Put it in there too. The young man in black replied. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and put the Bahuang sword into his devouring space. Then he put the useless medium ethereal god weapons into his interspatial ring. He had already devoured all the universe treasures from the De Yuan army. Therefore, there were not many things in his interspatial ring. He knew that the young man in black wanted to be safe in case Yi Xian suddenly attacked him. Here. Yi Xian took off his interspatial ring and threw both of them to the young man in black. The young man in black took the interspatial ring and felt it. He did not find any other interspatial ring on Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already obtained his trust. Of course, the young man in black did not notice that Yi Xian's Bahuang sword was not in the two interspatial rings. After all, a weapon that was not his own was useless to him. Very good. Follow me to see the hall leader. I'll return the items to you after we meet. The young man in black said. Yi Xian nodded. His plan was to follow the young man to the ghost sect and learn how to preserve the great emperor's will. He would leave after that. Of course, he was also guessing whether the young man in black had such a method in his interspatial ring. If so, he would not have to see the hall leader. However, after following the young man in black for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly bumped into an expert from the Scorching Sun Army. Damn it! It's the Scorching Sun Army. Let's take a detour. The young man in black quickly took a detour. However, the Scorching Sun Army expert in armor was walking towards them. He naturally saw Yi Xian and the young man in black. Stop right there. The Scorching Sun Army expert shouted. The young man in black and Yi Xian stopped in their tracks. Sir, what can I do for you? Asked the young man in black as he turned around. The warrior looked at the young man in black carefully. Then his eyes lit up and he shouted, Xiao Yong, the wanted criminal, surrender now. This black-clothed young man had killed a member of the same camp. Coincidentally, he was seen by the Sunflame Army, so he was wanted. He recognized me. Damn it, let's kill him together. The black-clothed young man through the universe ring back to Yi Xian before swiftly dashing over. Yi Xian paused for a moment as he pondered whether or not to make a move. If he made a move and was seen by others, he would also become a fugitive. However, if the young man in black was killed by the sun-flaming army, then his plan would be ruined. Therefore, he was somewhat conflicted. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed youth and the expert from the blazing sun army began to fight. Yi Xian glanced around. Although he didn't see anyone else, if he made too much noise, it would definitely attract other people's attention. If he was discovered, he would become a fugitive. Then, how could he enter the city to exchange for the twin fruits? Therefore, he decided to forget about it. "Bastard, aren't you going to help?" The black-clothed young man shouted. When Yi Xian heard this, he stood there quietly. He didn't make a move, nor did he reply. "If that's the case, you can die first," the black-clothed young man shouted and suddenly charged towards Yi Xian. "You want to kill me? Then I will kill you first." Yi Xian suddenly took out his 8 desolate sword and attacked the black-clothed young man. 36 overlapping shadows, 1 28-layered earth pulse. The black-clothed young man thought that Yi Xian would be easy to deal with. After all, he was stronger than an ordinary rank 6 great emperor. However, he was wrong. Yi Xian was ridiculously strong. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Xian's 36 overlapping shadows easily dispersed his sword chi and killed the black-clothed young man. Not only that, but the sword chi also swept past the black-clothed young man and killed the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. F***CK. I killed him by mistake. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect his sword to kill 2 people in a row. It was too unbelievable. 36 overlapping images combined with the throbbing pulse of the world, the power actually surpassed the sword of Samsara. Just what is the background of that mysterious mountain man? Yi Xian was shocked. The 3rd layer of the 8 desolate sword art had 3 moves. The first was Sword of Desolation, the second was Sword of Star Shattering, and the third was Sword of Reincarnation. However, Yi Xian's normal attack was stronger than the Sword of Reincarnation. This 36 overlapping shadows was probably much stronger than the 8 desolate sword art. What mysterious mountain man needed was the disintegration profound. This meant that Yi Xian's earth pulse could be improved at least once. When that time came, who could block Yi Xian's sword? We killed the Blazing Sun Army by mistake. Retreat. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the bodies of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. He quickly burrowed into the ground and left. Killing people on the same side wouldn't result in luck stealing, so Yi Xian's luck was still yellow. He quickly found a place and checked the interspatial rings of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. After searching for a while, he found the method to store the Great Emperor's will. It was very simple, but it required a special spirit lantern. This spirit lantern can't be used after it's filled with the Great Emperor's will. It's a one-time use item. Yi Xian was helpless. However, the black-clothed young man had a full spirit lantern and a less than half full spirit lantern in his interspatial ring. Yi Xian took out the spirit lantern that was filled with the Great Emperor's will and muttered the word Devourer in his heart. This time, he didn't use the special Devour method. After all, the Great Emperor's will belong to other people, and he had broken through on his own. If he randomly absorbed other people's Great Emperor's will, he didn't know what would happen. Therefore, it was better to use the normal Devour method. He couldn't use the special Devour method. The spirit lantern in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared, and his cultivation level suddenly soared. Great Emperor's will can be devoured. Not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he would gain more experience points after killing someone. He didn't use up the other spirit lantern, so he didn't devour it for the time being. However, he hadn't devoured the interspatial rings of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Great Emperor. The system notified. When Yi Xian entered the heavenly prison, he was only a rank 1 Great Emperor. Now he had broken through to rank 5 Great Emperor. With his current strength, he could probably fight against a rank 7 Great Emperor. My cultivation level has increased, but my fate is still yellow. Next time, it'll be green. If I want to leave the heavenly prison, I'll need green fate. As for the twin fruits, Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it for the time being. Chapter 7:22. Now that I only have half a lantern, I should be able to fill it up very soon. In that case, I shall make a trip to the Nether Spirit Sect's hall. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The Nether Spirit Sect was a powerful force in the heavenly prison. However, they were wanted by the 3 great leaders because they had massacred those from the same faction. However, there was another problem. The dead young man in black knew where the Nether Spirit Sect's hall was, but he did not have a map in his interspatial ring. Therefore, Yi Xian could only give up. After all, if any member of the Nether Spirit Sect had a map, how could the hall still exist? If it was discovered, the 3 great leaders would have sent people to destroy it. It seems like I can only store half of the Great Emperor's intent. Forget it. I should increase my luck and exchange for the twin fruits first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed towards the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. With his current cultivation level, it would not be a problem for him to massacre those small cities. Using the Earth Shrink Ultimacy, he soon arrived at the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, this time, he was not going to massacre the cities. He was going to find trouble with the Great Yuan Army. In the heavenly prison, there are many Great Yuan Army's camps in the wilderness. With my current cultivation level, I should be fine as long as I don't run into the captains or generals of the Great Yuan Army. Yi Xian thought to himself. The captains of the Great Yuan Army were rank 7 Great Emperors. Above the captains were the generals, and above the generals were the marshals. They were all rank 9 Great Emperors. Yi Xian could only fight against rank 7 Great Emperors for now. If he ran into generals, he would be immobilized, just like when he ran into Lord Jiu. He was not weak. What he lacked now was luck. As long as he had enough luck, he would go to the main cities of the 3 great leaders to exchange for a twin fruits and form his second doppelganger. At that time, he would have 2 lives. Even if his original body died, as long as his doppelganger was still alive, he would still be alive. At this time, he suddenly changed into the Great Yuan Army's armor. It was the spare armor in the interspatial ring of the Great Yuan Army's expert who died. Although most people could tell that Yi Xian was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, by looking at the providence above his head, there were always people who made a mistake. In that case, Yi Xian would be able to ambush them. Under normal circumstances, there would be a military camp next to a city. Yi Xian rushed to Yiqing City and began his search. In less than half a day, he found the military camp of the Great Yuan Army. "Who are you?" Just as Yi Xian approached, he was spotted by the Great Yuan Army. However, the other party was just a 6th Order Great Emperor. Die. Without hesitation, Yi Xian used the 2 layers of space to suppress the other party. Even though the other party had the will of a 6th Order Great Emperor, Yi Xian was still a 5th Order Great Emperor. His speed was reduced by at least half. In a battle between experts, even 5% of one's speed could determine the outcome of a battle, let alone 50%. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. Yi Xian swung his sword and killed the patrolling Great Yuan Army expert. After that, Yi Xian obtained the yin and yang ring. At the same time, Yi Xian's providence above his head increased a little. 950 points of providence. If I kill one more, my providence will increase to green. Yi Xian thought to himself. Even though the Sixth Order Great Emperor was killed in an instant, Yi Xian's shout attracted many experts from the Great Yuan Army. All of them were Sixth Order Great Emperors. These people had red, orange, yellow, and green providence. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he charged over. The strength of his single attack had already surpassed the Sword of Reincarnation, the last move of the 8 Desolation sword art. No one could withstand a single strike from him. Soon, he had killed nearly 10 Sixth Order Great Emperors of the Great Yuan Army. His luck had finally risen to green. One more round of increase, and I can leave the heavenly prison. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly charged towards the barracks of the Great Yuan Army. This was because he saw an old man wearing battle armor charge out. "Brat, how dare you kill my men? You're courting death." This old man was the leader of this camp. He shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. Good timing. Now, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the Great Yuan Army. There were plenty of small camps like this in the heavenly prison. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. A powerful slash tore through space, and the Seventh Order Great Emperor shuddered. His instincts told him that he couldn't withstand this attack. At that moment, he quickly dodged. Gravitational space. Wind space. Great Emperor intent. Just as this Seventh Order Great Emperor dodged, Yi Xian closed the distance between them and used dual space to restrict his movement. However, this Seventh Order Great Emperor was quite strong. Moreover, he was of the wind attribute. Hence, Yi Xian's dual space only had a 10% effect on him. "Brat, you have 2 attributes. Take this." The Seventh Order Great Emperor glared at him. Yi Xian also felt a pressure on his body. His speed was reduced by 30%. I didn't expect this Great Yuan Army captain to have comprehended wind space. I underestimated him. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, he was standing on land. Wind cleaver, earth walking technique, wind acceleration, gravitational space acceleration, wind space acceleration, and 4 agility advancements. Even if Yi Xian's speed was reduced by 30%, he was still faster than the Great Yuan Army captain. 8 Desolation Spirit. Go. Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation sword. He then used Wind Dragon Slash and slashed at the Great Yuan Army captain. It had been more than a year since he broke through to the Void God realm. He had been nurturing the 8 Desolation sword all the time. However, his opponent obviously didn't want to fight him head-on. Using Wind Dragon Slash was enough. You dare to show off your petty tricks? The Seventh Order Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian. His Seventh Order Great Emperor intent shattered the 8 Desolation Spirit. However, the 8 Desolation Spirit was only used to attract aggro. 8 Desolation Wind Formation. Skybreak. Yi Xian attacked while controlling the 8 sharp blades to form a cone and pierced towards the Seventh Order Great Emperor. Clang. The Seventh Order Great Emperor was multitasking. He attacked and dodged while using his Great Emperor intent to repel the 8 sharp blades. However, the 8 sharp blades were too far apart. It was very difficult to deal with them. At this moment, he realized that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Hence, he decided to retreat temporarily. "Captain, we're here to help you." More than 10 Sixth Order Great Emperors rushed out from the Great Yuan Army's camp and charged towards Yi Xian. Good timing. Yi Xian's battle intent was ignited. This was his first time facing experts of this level. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them. He dodged while attacking. Chapter 7:23. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. 8 Baron Wind Formation. Go! Yi Xian stopped attacking the 7th stage Great Emperor. Instead, he used the 8 Baron Sword to attack the other 6 stage Great Emperors. The 7th stage Great Emperors might be able to dodge his attacks, but what about the 6th stage Great Emperors? Not good. All of you retreat. The Daiyuan army commander shouted, but it was too late. Swish! The 8 sharp blades split into 2 and killed 2 6th stage Great Emperors in an instant. Then they went for the people nearby. The 8 Baron Wind Formation, enhanced by the wind acceleration and dual space, was very difficult to deal with. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Daiyuan soldiers were killed. However, the Daiyuan army commander was no longer restrained by the dual space. He went straight for Yi Xian. Tisk tisk. Yi Xian laughed dryly. In the next moment, a strong gust of wind blew in front of him. The second level of the wind blade, Death Storm. Not good. The Daiyuan army commander's face turned solemn. He quickly retreated and used his Great Emperor's will to protect himself. Even he hadn't comprehended the Death Storm yet. He didn't expect Yi Xian to have comprehended it. Huff, huff. The Death Storm started to blow. Moreover, Yi Xian deliberately reduced the range of the Death Storm to increase the strength of the attack. The Daiyuan army commander couldn't dodge the Death Storm and could only take it head-on. Soon, the Death Storm was over. The Daiyuan army commander was unharmed. However, none of his subordinates survived. All of them were killed by Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian collecting the interspatial rings, the Daiyuan army commander gritted his teeth in anger. I'm going to kill you. The leader of the Daiyuan army roared at the sky. He was already prepared to fight to the death. However, Yi Xian was much stronger than before. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth, 128 layers. Yi Xian continued to attack. Every time he attacked, he gained something. Currently, his 36 overlapping shadows could fuse the 128 layers of throbbing earth 10 times. This meant that his attack could cause up to 1,000 vibrations in an instant. Even an 8th Order Great Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it unscathed. Yi Xian's main body attacked, and at the same time, he also had the support of the dual space and the 8 blades. In just a short while, the 7th stage Great Emperor couldn't hold on any longer and was injured. What a pity! Originally, it would have taken me some time to deal with you, but your subordinates actually came to their deaths. Yi Xian thought to himself, helplessly. If he had not taken the Qian Kuan rings, he would not have been able to do anything to this Daiyuan army commander. Boom, boom, boom. Clang, clang, clang. The expression of the Daiyuan army commander grew increasingly gloomy. He knew that if the battle continued, his life would be in danger. Therefore, he immediately turned around and fled. Don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he burrowed into the ground. Ground shrink. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them and dashed past the Daiyuan commander. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world, 128 layered waves. Boom. The captain of the Daiyuan army didn't expect Yi Xian to have even comprehended shrinking earth into an inch. He was immediately blasted flying. The upper-grade void god weapon that he had nurtured for more than a decade was knocked out of his hand. Oh no! The Daiyuan commander's face turned pale. He quickly stabilized himself, but the 8 blades were already coming for him. The whistling sound of the wind entered his ears, and it was very frightening. Deadly wind formation of the 8 Baron, sky break, rip. The 8 blades formed a cone that pierced into the chest of the Dayuan commander. In the blink of an eye, his chest exploded over 100 times. Throbbing pulse of the earth. Plop! The corpse of the Dayuan commander fell heavily to the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest, and his flesh was mangled. It was a gruesome sight to behold. Phew, he's finally dead. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of a Dayuan general who was a rank 8 great emperor. If that happened, he would have to retreat. The Dayuan commander only had yellow luck, which was even less than Yi Xian's. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't obtain much. However, he did obtain a rank 7 great emperor's Qian Kuan ring and the great emperor's will. He quickly dashed over and kept the Qian Kuan ring. Then, he took out the ghost cult's lantern. A rank 7 great emperor's will was very strong. Therefore, it would take some time for it to dissipate. This lowest grade lantern already contained half of the great emperor's will. When Yi Xian stored the great emperor's will into the ghost lantern was already in a saturated state. What a pity! This is only the lowest grade ghost lantern. Yi Xian shook his head, helplessly. This time, he didn't collect the ghost lantern to devour it. He wanted to leave it for his family. Jiang Tianjin had obtained a rank 3 great emperor's will and broke through to rank 3 great emperor. If he gave the great emperor's will in this lantern to Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song, they would at least be able to reach rank 7 great emperor. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood how powerful the ghost cult was. With this method of collecting great emperors' will, the ghost cult could quickly grow stronger. They would first kill others, then collect the great emperor's will for their own people to refine. Although refining other people's great emperor's will would be much weaker than breaking through on their own, it could create a large number of void god realm great emperors. What a terrifying ghost cult. I wonder where they came from. Yi Xian shuddered. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It seemed like someone was attracted by the commotion. Yi Xian turned around and saw that it wasn't someone from the Dayuan sacred dynasty. It was someone from the Sunflame's sacred dynasty. Brother, you're quite strong to be able to kill a Dayuan army captain. May I know which branch are you from? The person who came was a middle-aged man. He looked at the lantern in Yi Xian's hand and asked directly, When Yi Xian heard this, he was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he understood that this middle-aged man was most likely a member of the ghost cult. I'm from the ancient Nether Branch's 100 Battle Hall. You are, Yi Xian suddenly said. He didn't make up this name on the spot. He learned it from the remains of the black-clothed young man. I see. Brother, are you out of ghost lanterns? You used the lowest grade ghost lantern to store the great emperor's will of a rank 7 great emperor. What a waste. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed helplessly. Yeah, I used them all. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I still have a few mid-grade ghost lanterns here. Here, take them. The middle-aged man kindly took out a few lanterns and tossed them to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the lanterns and his eyes lit up. Many thanks. He quickly cupped his fists. Chapter 7:24. Although the great emperor's intent is not good, it's still better to create a rank 7 great emperor than a rank 5 or rank 6 great emperor, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course, he was not forcing anyone to refine it. He would give it to anyone who wanted it. Brother, are you here to try your luck at White Dragon Mountain? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. White Dragon Mountain? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It was his first time hearing about this place. You don't know? The White Dragon Mountain under the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty's territory has produced twin fruits. I heard that there are already 3 of them. The middle-aged man nodded. 3. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. As far as he knew, one twin fruit required 1,000,000 fate points, which was purple fate points. And now, he only had green providence. He only had a few thousand points of providence. Since there are 3 twin fruits, many experts must have gone there, right? Yi Xian asked with a frown. That's right. The battle has already started, and it's very intense. Our spirit sect is preparing to form a team and charge in. The middle-aged man nodded. Charge in? What if we can't get out? Yi Xian was helpless. Don't worry. The White Dragon Mountain is shrouded in fog. Even a rank 8 Great Emperor might get lost in there. The 3 twin fruits were harvested in the fog. The middle-aged man said, I see. Yi Xian paused. He originally wanted to get purple fate points, but now that there was a new way, he naturally wanted to take a look. Perhaps he could refine a clone in advance. Brother, what do you think? Shall we go together? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. This was a great opportunity. Even if he could not obtain the twin fruits, he could still obtain a large amount of fate points or wealth. Not only that, if those disciples of the ghost sect were to die, wouldn't those ghost lanterns be his? All right. In another day, our spirit sect will break through the enemy's defense line and enter the White Dragon Mountain. Brother, follow me. The middle-aged man said as he led the way. Yi Xian followed closely behind. He was surprised to find that this middle-aged man did not suspect him at all. The middle-aged man was also of the earth attribute and had also comprehended the world-walking technique, so the two of them were not slow. Half a day later, the middle-aged man brought Yi Xian to the location of the Nether Sect's secret meeting. In fact, on the way, Yi Xian was also guessing whether there would be people from the ancient Nether Branch's 100 War Hall. If there were, his identity would be exposed instantly, and he would be attacked by a group of people. Therefore, he had to be very careful. The location of the Nether Soul Cult's secret meeting was in the depths of a mountain. This mountain was extremely barren, and normally no one would come here. The middle-aged man brought Yi Xian in. Immediately, someone came out and shouted, Who is it? I am Huang Ziyuan of the ancient Nether Branch's Heavenly Cloud Hall. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and threw an identity token over. The Nether Soul Cult's disciple took the token and looked at it. He used the Qi observation art to size up Yi Xian and the middle-aged man. When he found that they were on the same side, he did not pay much attention to them. Come in, walk straight, and you will find a cave, the disciple said, and threw the token back. Many thanks. Huang Ziyuan cupped his fists and thanked the disciple. Then he entered the cave with Yi Xian. The cave was not dark. There were night luminescent pearls embedded in all 4 sides, making it very bright. When Yi Xian and the middle-aged man entered, they found that there were already more than 20 disciples of the Nether Soul Cult inside. What powerful auras! There are 2 8th-stage Great Emperors. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and stood at the entrance with the middle-aged man. 2 more came. One is just SOSO. A gray-robed old man said faintly he could sense that the middle-aged man was a 7th-stage Great Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he was only a 5th-stage Great Emperor. It was not worth mentioning. In a few hours, we will attack directly. I heard that another twin fruit appeared yesterday. I wonder if it is true. Another black-robed old man said. He was an 8th-stage Great Emperor. As long as we stick together, even a 9th-stage Great Emperor will have to think twice before coming. As long as it is not a half-step supreme being, everything will be fine. The gray-robed old man said. There are not many half-step supreme beings in the heavenly prison. They have all consumed the twin fruit and condensed the second void spirit. All of them are comprehending a new profound. They don't have time to come and join in the fun. Yi Xian was extremely shocked as he listened to the discussions of these experts. He did not expect that there would be half-step supreme beings in the heavenly prison. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than one. Ninth stage Great Emperor was the highest realm in the Void God realm. After breaking through to ninth stage Great Emperor, one could seal the Great Emperor's will into one's body. Sealing the Great Emperor's will into one's body could greatly increase the strength of one's body, which was the sovereign golden body. However, after ninth stage Great Emperor, one would not be a supreme being, but a half-step supreme being because the sovereign golden body had yet to be formed. If one could seal the Great Emperor's will into one's body, one would be able to trigger the Supreme Being Tribulation. The Supreme Being Tribulation was the lightning tribulation. If one could withstand it, one would become a supreme being. If not, one's soul would be destroyed. The stronger one's body was, the more lightning tribulations one could withstand, and the stronger the sovereign golden body would be after breaking through to the supreme being realm. However, Yi Xian was a fifth stage Great Emperor now. Hence, he did not think too much because he heard that there would at most be a ninth stage Great Emperor in this operation. There would not be a half-step supreme being. It's a pity that even though I am a fifth stage Great Emperor, I am still unable to refine that sword intent. Otherwise, Yi Xian sighed. After all, sword intent was a powerful ability that could harm the sovereign golden body. If he had learned it earlier, he would be able to sweep through the entire heavenly prison. Yi Xian stood there quietly, following that there were still some members of the Nether Soul cult who came to meet up. After a few hours, there were already more than 40 people. However, among the 40 people, there were only 3 8th stage Great Emperors and less than 10 7th stage Great Emperors. The number of people is about right. Although we aren't strong, we should be able to break through the obstructing defenses and enter the White Dragon Mountain. The gray-robed old man and 2 other people acted as the leaders. Then they led Yi Xian and the other 40 people towards the White Dragon Mountain. Until now, 4 twin fruits had appeared in the White Dragon Mountain. Although it was just a rumor, it had attracted many people. Among these people, there were people from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty and Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Anyway, their goal was the same, which was the twin fruits. All right, we'll be able to see the White Dragon Mountain in another 5 minutes. The reason why we've gathered here is to enter the White Dragon Mountain. Once we've entered, we'll go our separate ways. The gray-robed old man shouted. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, was already full of energy. Although he was only a 5th stage Great Emperor and seemed to be the weakest among the group, his true strength had already surpassed the 7th stage Great Emperor. He was only second to the 3 8th stage Great Emperors. Chapter 7:25. If I can get the twin fruits, then I'll be so awesome. Yi Xian was fantasizing in his heart. 5 minutes later, everyone saw a white mountain. No, to be precise, it was a mountain range shrouded in white fog. Some of the peaks were more than 1,000 meters tall. In the Heaven's Prison, one was not allowed to fly more than 1,000 meters or less. This was just a restriction. Yi Xian had encountered some obstacles along the way, but it was only a restriction on his movement. There was no danger. However, this did not mean that he could not climb 1,000 meters tall mountain on foot. Many people came to the White Dragon Mountain because of the twin fruits. Most of them were from the Great Yuan Army. The Great Yuan Army had sealed off the entrance to the White Dragon Mountain range for their own people to explore. Yi Xian and his group's goal was to break through their defense and enter the White Dragon Mountain range. The White Dragon Mountain is right in front. There are a few Great Yuan Army generals guarding the entrance. Later, the 3 of us will stop this general. When the time comes, you will have to rely on your own strength. The gray-robed elder shouted and led the charge. Enemies! In the distance, the great Yuan general guarding the entrance of the White Dragon Mountain discovered Yi Xian's group and immediately shouted. In an instant, the experts of the great Yuan army immediately came forward to welcome them. A great battle began. Before entering the White Dragon Mountain range, I better raise my cultivation realm. It's safer, Yi Xian said in his heart and held the 8 desolate sword tightly. Although he could kill a rank 7 Great Emperor, the White Dragon Mountain range was extremely dangerous. There might be many rank 8 Great Emperors or even rank 9 Great Emperors inside. If he could break through before entering the White Dragon Mountain range, his chances of survival would at least double. At this moment, the great Yuan army generals and the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors had already started fighting. Come, let's have a great battle. Yi Xian's battle intent was ignited, and he immediately burrowed into the ground. When the 2 sides started fighting, he suddenly appeared from the side. 8 desolate wind formation, 36 overlapping shadows, 1 28-layered earth pulse. With Yi Xian's current cultivation realm, his casual sword attack was his strongest attack. No one below rank 8 Great Emperor could block his sword attack. There were many captains in the great Yuan army, but they were all attracted by the rank 7 Great Emperors. Hence, Yi Xian was crazily reaping the lives of the ordinary great Yuan army soldiers. It was a battle of 2 against 1. In the first wave of attacks, more than a dozen of the Nether Sect's disciples had fallen. Come here, interspatial rings. As Yi Xian killed the enemies, he used the dual space to store the universe ring. After all, these were all disciples of the ghost cult, and there were many ghost lanterns inside. TCH, this sort of attack wants to break through my 128 layers of pulse guard. Yi Xian was full of disdain. This was an attack from a rank 7 Great Emperor. However, when the sword light landed on Yi Xian's 128-layered earth pulse, it vibrated for 100 times before disappearing into nothingness. Among the people present, there were a few with the earth attribute. However, they had only comprehended the earth pulse. The strongest one had only comprehended 32-layered earth pulse. They were far from Yi Xian's level, so strong. If I had comprehended 256-layered earth pulse, would even a rank 8 Great Emperor not be able to hurt me? Yi Xian immediately felt the power of the earth pulse. However, he did not think too much about it. Collecting the spoils of war was more important. The battle between the 150 people was very intense. In less than 3 seconds, 50 people had fallen. However, most of them were from the ghost cult. At the same time, the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors from the ghost cult were being beaten back by the 4 great Yuan generals. Stop fighting. Go in. The gray-robed old man shouted. The rest did not dare to fight anymore. They joined forces to break through the defense and charged towards the White Dragon Mountain. At the same time, the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors were also retreating as they approached the White Dragon Mountain. In terms of the number of people killed, Yi Xian had killed the most. Hence, he had obtained the most rewards. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is a rank 6 Great Emperor. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The ghost cult had 3 rank 8 Great Emperors. However, there were 4 great Yuan generals here. Hence, they were still missing 1 person. However, with such a huge commotion, if a great Yuan marshal were to appear, they would all be done for. Forget it. Let's enter the White Dragon Mountain first. Yi Xian did not intend to find trouble with the 4th rank 8 Great Emperor. Instead, he used ground shrink and burrowed into the ground, heading towards the White Dragon Mountain. The 3 Tier 8 Great Emperors of the Nether cult roared as they charged in as well. As for the great Yuan army's captains and generals, they could only give up on pursuing. The White Dragon Mountain was shrouded in white fog. Even rank 9 great emperors could get lost if they entered. What kind of danger is there in the White Dragon Mountain? More than 1,000 people have entered, but only a dozen or so have come out. Moreover, all of them left in a hurry. The great Yuan army's experts were confused. Hence, they began to clean up the corpses. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered the White Cloud mountain range. However, he hid underground and was counting the spoils of war. Tisk, TSK. There are more than 50 ghost lanterns. I've made a huge profit this time. Yi Xian could not help but grin. He estimated that these 50 ghost lanterns could create at least 10 rank 6 great emperors and dozens of rank 4 or 5 great emperors. Not only that, he still had hundreds of empty ghost lanterns on him. He could store more of them. He first kept these items, then he braced himself and returned to the ground. I wonder what dangers lie in the White Dragon Mountain. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian began to move forward. He was very careful with every step he took. In such a dangerous place, he could not run. He walked for about 5 minutes, but he did not find anything. Suddenly, he frowned and quickly retreated. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. There's poison in this white fog. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned. If it was not for the notification, he would not have noticed anything strange about this place. However, in the next moment, his footsteps paused again. He could not help but grip the Bahuang sword in his hand tightly. This was because he heard the sound of a flute. Although the sound of the flute was pleasing to the ear, Yi Xian felt that it was very strange. After all, this was the White Dragon Mountain range. The poison just now is a mental poison. It will weaken one's mental strength, and great emperors will. Then, it will be easy for one to be controlled.